Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. I decided to have an extra productive morning and get even more stuff done during my starting soon. So I hope y'all are proud of me. Yeah, I'm also messing with camera settings so I have appropriate brightness even without the super vibrating lamp. So if the colors look a little washed out, yeah, I cranked my brightness. I'll see what happens. Also, my coffee's excellent today, so today's already a win. We're already winning. Well, I was proud of you. Oh, you guys are too kind. How you doing, Foster, Jester, New Mexibent? Yes, Kevin, you too. Itsukata, Black Panther, Brother Matt, Lupin, Reckless Monster, Rob, how you doing? I suppose I should differentiate. We got Rob himself, and we got Working Class Rob. Swin, I hope you get some good sleep, and yes, jock ass. Yes, we will jock ass. I know what you mean. Thank you. If you're still here, you shouldn't be. Go to sleep. We got Roddy, Fleece, Nottishby, Mahoney, Emily, Jaybridge, McMillan. And did I say Working Class Rob? Yeah, we've got Working Class Rob and Rob himself. Hope you're great. I'm a little scatterbrained today, but productive. I cleaned up some cat-related messes. I've got a lot of decluttering to do in my room as well. I'm just one of those people who clutter builds up around me. It is what it is. There's also more weird landscaping stuff in the neighborhood, but whatever. I think I established an understanding because like the dude doing the work out there, I happened to step outside to do some other stuff, and we kind of made eye contact and did that nod, you know. So I hope that means it's not going to be too loud. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Flavor coffee, and is it pour over? It's just black coffee, black as midnight, done nothing to it, and just yeah. Friendly PSA, no Obi-Wan spoilers. Yeah, I woke up this morning and saw a notification saying it was out, and I was like, oh, cool. I can't look at Twitter until tonight. So, yeah, that's cool. But I'm looking forward to watching that. Looking forward to that quite a bit. So, the wake-up type, yeah, the type to get my decrepit brain moving. So, yesterday's balance update. A bunch of Furiors got a lot better. Shadowfire is absolutely sick if you've not used it. I want to get more Shadowfires. I want to get a fire one for my chucking build. I have a dark magic one on there right now. So I guess we're gonna farm the featured run because we can get wizard's pipes that way. And we get Shadowfires from the Obelisk Claws and then hit the bunnies for more Shadowfires. We're gonna do that, and we're gonna refine this build. I changed up the skill tree a little bit after stream, and I'm trying some stuff out. And then there's always enchantments to reroll, etc. Maybe even do some chums for souls for the wheel to shake things up today. I don't know. Chums is better than week 2 Imelda, so. But yeah, let's do the thing. Not use the Wizard's Pipe yet. What does it do? Basically, it makes some, when you shoot, it makes some orbs that match the elemental weaknesses of, whatever enemies you're fighting. So, it's a regular shooty gun that also has that on the side. It's not bad. It's not really remarkable or anything, but it's not bad. So if anyone missed it, they did correct the featured run not having been included, and the featured run's now working properly. It's actually one of the faster ones. The Parasite runs usually tend to be, but it's a fun one to farm. I don't know where the quartz or any of the crystals are for this map, so I suppose I should learn that, like now. I know one of the quartz locations over here, but there might just not be a quartz on map 1. That's fine. And this is a cursed run, so you do start with Rend and Rupture. Very useful if you're going to farm this with melee builds. This is also a melee-friendly featured week, so that's a good time. We might do some Clawstalker stuff. Favorite SMG after hotfix? Probably still the Heckwaiter, honestly, the more I think about it. But, the Shadowfire is definitely up there now. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Morning Flight, how are you? Morning Ferholio. Borbotron, how are you? The Shield summons hammers and taking damage any good? Thinking about replacing my Mace Wardu. Like, they're kind of pretty much on the same page. They're nice if you're looking to do funny stuff with Alchemical Agent, because if the damage from them crits, then yeah, it triggers that. They used to also Blast Chill, but now that that's actually melee attack only, they don't do that. So anything that checks for you having dealt melee damage, they will benefit from. It's kind of cool. Hey, Cast 13 feels like you're starting to fall off a bit. Would you recommend feature run to gear up again, and also what wards to look out for Frostweiler gun build? Body Rune's going to be your ward of choice. If you're still looking out for a Body Rune, Bronco Buster's okay. Transistor's okay. Shout for Transistor. And yeah, featured run this week is a good way of gearing up because it's pretty free. Like, as long as you can deal with Parasite, there's no real challenge in this week's featured. So because my backup weapon is now a Shadowfire and no longer a Torgue Sticky Shotgun, I've changed my skill tree. I no longer cap out Spore Warden tree. Instead, I'm taking tier 5 in both skill trees. I've sacrificed 1 point of Wrath of Nature to get 1 point of 1 slot 1 kill. Which with my current setup is, I have 8 stacks of Spell Weaving. It's 32% gun damage. I think that's worth more than 10% debuff, considering I will have easier access to the gun damage. Always appreciate your advice. My pleasure. My pleasure. Spell using? I'm using a Colliding Eruption. Just a fire eruption self-cast that has knockback. It's purely utility to do things like knock Iclops out of the sky, knock Coiled down so I can line up chucks on them. It doesn't do any noteworthy damage or anything, just utility. Now, if I had Spore Fuse on my non-elemental Fear Not, I'd probably start using a Tidebreaker. But I don't. Hey Portal Knight, how you doing? Spicy question of the day: for do a Bird Claw to try the last two classes haven't used, or do Burst Stabba for extra melee. Bird Claw is a good combo. Hammer Zerker. Hammer Zerker is very well rounded. You can do melee, you can do guns, you can do a hybrid at the 2. You got good stuff there. No reason you can't do that. Bolt's nasty. That's pretty good. And one of the very few weaknesses of Berserker right now is probably the action skills. I really enjoy Feral Surge, but it is a bit more awkward than other action skills, and does have a threshold of investment to make work well. But Storm Dragon's Judgment over on Clawbringer is just one of the best action skills, and will work in any setup you put it in. So you can combine the Berserker skill tree with the first couple tiers of Clawbringer and Clawbringer action skill, and it works very nicely. Or you could even go deep in the Clawbringer skill tree and only go partial Berserker, because that's a multi-class combo where the Berserker Capstone won't do as much as it would for some others, so you can afford to get deep Clawbringer tree skills like Awe and Indomitable. Just either way you win, is the point I'm making. Like Chillmonger with Feral Surge? Yeah, I'm a big fan of Feral Surge. My Pure Berserker runs it. My Hammer Zerker melee setup runs it as well. It just, it requires a little bit more gear than something like Storm Dragon's Judgment.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Looks like magic's back on the map.
Man, these bootlickers do teleport.
How's that for an active reload?
Goblin bootlickers teleport, and I don't feel like they should. It's kind of rude.
I blame you for trying.
Thanks for the tips, always welcome. Bullet damage to Shadowfire decent, haven't tried it yet. It's like okay. Like you can make it work. It's just not something I would particularly set out to do. Like if I had to shoot a gun out of the ones I have equipped right now, maybe I would choose to shoot the Shadowfire. Only reason I say maybe is because there's crossbolts on the other ones, so like, maybe. That's pretty good for not having any dark magic boost and stuff. Like, it does okay shooting. It's okay to the point where there's an argument for if you have a lot of fire rate for the Shadowfire being used as a hybrid. Like, you dump the whole mag by shooting, and then you chuck the empty Shadowfire. That might be the optimal way of using it, but I gotta science that more. How much imbued weapon are you gonna give me? 10 out of 5. That's a big bonus element.
And death is your reward. off.
Cool. Wizard's Pipe. Dark Magic. You know, Dark Magic is probably the element I would want for this gun, in all honesty. If I wasn't using Soaked. So it's like Soaked or Dark Magic, in my opinion. So I want Primordial, Lightning, Frost, or Dark Magic. This is a good example of what we were talking about yesterday with Clawbringer's ward boosting stuff. So the capacity parts here just lower the uptime of the amp part, because the recharge rate is still only 452, but the capacity is 6.4k. So that's why you'll see some of us theory crafters be like, hey, always pair recharge rate boost with capacity boost. Yo, Eternal Dragon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You're just catching us as we're hitting our stride. I'm working on my Chuck build. We just finished the first featured run of the stream. Doing some Sporcer, Furior chucking stuff and things. Look at my beautiful character. Hope your stream went great. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here. Features fixed? Yeah, Moonface. It is fixed. Morning Stuff Beaver. How you doing? Morning Crook. Ryan the Beast Gamer. Hope you're good. Or like Dork Magic, am I right? I got you, J-Bridge. I got you. So there's 2 bunnies I want to hit right now. I suppose 3. I do eventually want a Tidebreaker on this save. I want amulets. I want fire, damage, and spell shot power. I managed to pick this one up, but it's got mag size, and I don't want that. And I want more shadow fires. So I guess I hit the amulet bunny because I can still get shadow fires in the run. Hey Danelt, how are you? Don't hit the bunnies. Too late. This stream is sponsored by PETA. For legal purposes, it's not. Cat, what are you doing? Oh, and Cat's playing with a box. Good morning, Urban Mac. How are you? Morning, Chippy. Good to see you. Gonna crash out pretty fast, so to bring the crew in to chill on with you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, you don't feel pressured. Get some rest as soon as you feel like it. I appreciate you bringing people. Cat, are you good? He's catting. On speaking terms with Bunny, I get 3 Blazing Glories to every 2 other legendaries. Blaze of Glory does seem a common one. See, here, I got one. Honestly, this one's trying pretty hard. It might not be a bad pick for this build the more I think about it. Because if that bonus element... Yeah, that bonus element should apply to my Chucks. So, like, yes. That's awkward. I want a Blaze of Glory now. You see what you did, J-Bridge? You see what you did? Ooh, fire spell shot. Status chance. I'll take it. Yeah, why are there so many Blaze of Glories? Primordial Universal Soldier. You know, this might still be a play, because the gun damage will help, and spell shot power at Primordial. Can't really argue with that. I'd maybe want to wear a spell ring instead of this gun damage ring. But honestly, no. No, I wouldn't, because the extra spell shot power is giving me spell damage. So I still just wear that. I'm gonna try it. In theory, this should be much more damage than what I was wearing. Cool. Nice drop. Thank you. I dropped it myself. Got one for the new ring meme build? Yeah. I still need to make that. Still deciding what classes to do with that. It's gotta be Berserker for Relentless Rage, right? Graveborn would have Lord of Edges. But Spellshot would have Ambi-Hex. Lord of Edges is worth a lot less than Ambi-Hex. That's my Moon Orbs. Get one roll in the Shadowfire. What spell damage factor in the Chucks? I have magic bullets, so that is the only way it does. Okay, so like I do want this enchant on this element of Shadowfire, but not for this build. Guess I pass. Game comparable to BL3, I haven't played it yet. It's got some core similarities to BL3, but it feels different enough that it's its own beast. If you enjoyed BL3, you will enjoy this game. At least in terms of gameplay.
I'll take that.
I have about 6,300 hours in BL3. I hope that turns off sooner rather than later. There it goes. And I'm on track to have more hours in Wonderlands than I did at this point in BL3's life, by a wide margin. Morning, Kentrama. How you doing? Anything new you're planning on trying today? We're probably gonna do some chums today. I want to go through version 4 chums on this save only. I do not like chums 4 at all, but I'm not opposed to having it open on this build because this build just doesn't care. So we'll probably do that. I'm told Imelda is now dropping the melee weapon directly, so maybe we do more farming of her.
Oi! Thanks for that.
And if we get a good one, then I want to try that on my Clawstalker build. Was I heading on Elite? My take, no one asked. Imelda's annoying, that's all. Imelda is annoying. I don't like Imelda. pretty well on Elite. I'm glad you like it. Why you like this?
Now that's the good stuff.
Another feature we're getting, all curses is tolerable. Gotta love that. Yeah, this feature is pretty clean. I'm weird with the whole 100% finishing trophies. Got a few things to finish up and headed over here excited to play. Hey, that sounds good. Sounds good. I think I'm missing like one achievement, but I don't look at achievements on Epic, so I don't really know anyway.
Get stuck. Gonna need more magic.
Elite Mike. That's just a funny thing to see on your screen. Which elite are you fighting? Mike. Testing SMGs heavy. What do you mean? A Shadowfire. Nice. Need more of those. Volatile Shadowfire. How does that compare to mine? Lower damage. Why is it lower damage? Accessory. Shadowfire gets a melee part? Huh, it does get a melee part. Remember, it's an okay name for a mushroom. Is Lightning Strike boosted by ability damage? No. Testing SMG changes heavily today? Oh, maybe? I mean, I'm focusing on this right now. I want to gear out this save. And kind of put it in a position where it can chuck more guns as a whole. Now that there's multiple SMGs that I care to chuck, whereas before the change there really weren't, I want to get this build in order and then worry about the guns. So I might do some SMG testing. If we switch to the Mist Dancer, then I still need to test the Wizard Pipe. I've not used that weapon longer than a couple minutes, pre or post buff, so we might do some of that.
I've got all the magic I need.
Do our SMGs not roll with lightning chucks? They can. It's just they're not as good. Pistols, fear not, pistols in particular just have much higher damage. Better formula, consume less ammo, better damage.
Idiot.
It'd have been cool if they gave the Shadowfire lightning module. That's an idea that was tossed around a couple times by people around here, and I like it. It's just I don't think that's a likelihood anymore with how much they've buffed the Shadowfire already. I don't think it needs it anymore. Can dream though.
Unstoppable.
That was fast room. This is a very fast feature drone, I must say. Looks like actual fun chucking out the mindless pixie shit. Yeah, Mentalist. I definitely prefer this to that. Wizard Pipe, meh. Could imagine Oath of Fire, Corrupt Playmail making it nasty, though. Yeah, I think the thing with Wizard's Pipe is it's one of those, like... It's one of those guns that does not penalize you as much for just slamming one element into things. Which is why I'm more interested in it as the three elements I mentioned before, either shock, cryo, or dark magic. I think it gets more value as those. Anarchy. Okay. Of all the achievements, for some reason, they're the, hey, you gotta do the achievements one. Yeah, so I somehow got that one without having one of the others, Jester. Like, I got the reverse. Same thing happening with Borderlands 3. I got the achievement for exploring all areas, without having the one for Pandora. And I was like, Kinda happens, I guess. Hey Pupsy, how are you? Orbs need better tracking? They did that for the Boreas, supposedly, so I suppose it's not out of the question for them to do it for other weapons, like Wizard's Pipe. Ember, thank you so much for the Prime, for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing great. And the support means a lot. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I feel like it's always been that way. Even original Borderlands pistol's been OP. Well, we're talking specifically Furior stuff in this instance, and I suppose it does line up that way. Just formula-wise, shotguns have the worst chuck formula. Pistols have the best, just because of how the math works out. Like, for example, Bloodshots have much higher card damage than Fear Nots, but they do less damage, because math. Lucky they must have patched it. It was literally a tiny shack on Pandora too. Took me 2 hours to find it. It was probably that, yeah. It was probably that. In a lot of pain. Rode my bike for 7 miles though. Just made it worse, but it was fun. Hey, 7 miles? Look at you. That's badass, Puffy. Good for you.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Out of Tamales, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much. But yeah, that's awesome, Pupty. Good job. I should really get back into being more active again. For the first about 20... So, not for like the first 7 years of life. So, from when I was 8 to when I was 21, 22, I worked out 6 days a week that entire time. Somewhat intensely on some of those days. And then after 21, a life happened, and I just kind of slowly tapered off to the point where now I'm just not physically active at all. And the nature of my health stuff is the less active I am, the more it progresses. So I really should start exercising more again. Morning, Mr. Black Eye. How you doing? I'm looking for a Bloodshot to illustrate my my point about formulas here. Looking for a fucking lightning bolt Bloodshot, but maybe I shouldn't expect that. It's a pretty specific roll. Okay, we got a hot shot, but imagine this, instead of being 136 times 9, is like 800 times 1. It's still less damage than this 791. Despite same chuck module, same stats go into it in terms of area damage, elemental, gun damage, all that stuff. It's still less damage. Hey Deep Zombie, how are you? I don't sound like I'm lecturing, but I'm essentially sitting in a gaming chair for 3 years straight. Absolutely destroyed someone's body. 20 years old, by the way. Yeah, yeah. Morning, Sean. How are you? Happy Friday. 5 hours before I gotta go to work, and I don't wanna. Other than that, I'm good. Hey, I'm glad. Lightning Bolt got spell damage? No. No, it does not. Now, I am a spell shot with 6 points in magic bullets. So, 90% of my spell damage gets applied to my guns anyway, but that is not the gun doing it. Fear Nots, Lightning Bolt chucks in general, do not get spell damage. They do get magic bullets, though. You can kind of DIY it. I'm good? I'm glad to hear it. Less damage than your pistol chucks could still be lots of damage. While that's true, J-Bridge, there's more downsides than that. So, for example, Let's compare how long it takes to do this. Ready? Alright, that's the chuck time there.
You won't be needing that.
So there's that. There's also the fact that this doesn't hit me. That does hit me. Don't forget your Brad luck. Got too late. And there's the fact that shotgun max ammo reserve is 220, pistol is 1200. I'm chucking away 7 ammo with this, and I'm chucking away 19 with this. So this drains faster. Per chuck. Now the pistol one drains faster because I chuck more often, but it's better to prioritize skill distribution on mods rather than class power. Yes. This is how I look at armors when deciding whether or not to use them. Most important thing, passives on the bottom. Passives on the bottom. So look at that first. Second most important thing, skills on the top. Third most important thing, armor effect. And then the last most important thing is class power. Now, the class power will be a byproduct of what skills you get up here. But remember that the skills vary more than the class power does. So for example, this set of potential skills always dictates stab or primary, spell secondary. But I'm not necessarily assured to get this 3 magic bullets, 1 arsenal, 1, what is that, nimble fingers? Is that nimble fingers or follow up? I don't know, doesn't matter. I'm not assured to get that skill combo, but I am assured to get this combination of class powers if I get these skills. But basically class power is the least important thing to look out for on armor. Look at the stuff down here first, and then the skills, and then the armor effect. Morning, Foster. This is for a meeting 15 minutes, something wacky for a Friday? Yeah, 1 second. Skeep look fucking delicious. I would never actually eat one because there's only like 6 of the fucking things left, but goddamn, they look tasty. They just sit there and eat Fate Makers all day, so they get very little exercise. It's fucking cheap veal, and we all know it. Just imagine vast herds of these lazy, adorable, delicious fuckers in and out of the countryside just waiting to be made into a mouth-watering meal. Skeep tacos, Skeep slices on your fucking pizza, Skeep jerky. Sky's the limit. Monster Aussie Lemonade is a rebranded Monster Ultra Citron, and I'm unreasonably angry over it. I have no frame of reference for any of that, but I'm sorry. I'm hungry now? Yo, same. Skeep curry? That sounds amazing. Oh, that's definitely the way to do it. Skeep curry? Ooh. Chef's kiss? I'm glad you liked it. No one in the Wonderlands world making rash burgers. Think that's my above comment? Oh, let me catch up. With it, while it's a pricey thing, there are more affordable electric bike options which are great for really bad swollen joints, especially if you want a casual ride around town. Knees been swollen lately, so while it's still difficult, probably use my bike to get to the gym, and swim to help them. Can't make joints heal. Can we try to prevent it from getting worse? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know very well exactly the kind of stuff I'm dealing with. Like currently, you can't see it very well on camera, but my hands are a bit swollen. It sucks. Hurts. And your hands constantly hurting is kind of shit when you need them to work. But I'm able to tune it out because I have fun with what I do, and I have fun with you guys, so it's not a big deal. I should probably take it more seriously, but I don't.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Explode! Might have lived if you'd run. Fresh drop of coward kill. At least you're some use. Good for what ails you.
I hate the sound of loot enemies. It's just the worst.
Ready to come.
Use feet? Understandable. I big thought brain. Yo, me too. Ultra Citron is my favorite, arguably best monster flavor is discontinued. Look everywhere for it. Couldn't find it. They come out with Aussie lemonade. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. Why rebrand? It's clearly the same flavor that I suffer without my sweet beverage for years just because they... Sounds like you're an addict, Emperor. And they enabled you anyway. These soundtracks in this game, nothing compared to BL3. No, I kind of feel the same. There's like one track that I consciously remember in this game, and that's just Drill's music. Beyond that, I have no recollection of any of the music in this game. Oh, sorry, 2 tracks. The other one is Crack Massive. Beyond those, I don't know any of the music in this game. It's just not memorable. And that's sad, because Borderlands games are really good about memorable music design.
All the magic I need.
Or Butt Stallion. Sheesh.
It begins.
Monster's disgusting. I drank my fair share of it to finish papers in college due to my less than stellar time management skills. It's ruined my love for art because it's so hard to do what I love anymore without wrist weakness pain. It's hell. I'm sorry you're going through it. Hey, I'm sorry you're going through it too. It's miserable. It's miserable. I don't wish chronic pain disorders on anyone. It's one of the most miserable things I can imagine. Yeah. Don't wish it on anyone.
That's more like it.
Crackmass slaps, Wastards haunts me. See, I don't even know Wastards off the top of my head. I would have to listen to it. I could identify it if someone told me what it was. But like, rip Fire Friend. The music in this game just isn't very memorable. Sad. Never had an energy drink? Don't start. Drink 5 cups of coffee on the road, it's the same thing. Don't do that. That's terrible life advice. Do not do that. A friend of a friend had kidney stones in his late 20s due to excessive consumption of energy drinks. So like, maybe don't. All things in moderation. I'll have a tea. Tea is delicious.
I'm getting the hang of this killing shit. Simple geometry.
Leafy boiled water is the way. I'm more of a fan of crushed bean water, but leafy boiled water is also good. Spend the money on voice actors versus soundtrack. Certainly seems that way, huh? Something I suppose I should test is weapon type crit on lightning bolts if they get it. I don't know if Sen's tested that or not. Drink 3 health vials for breakfast. 3? Glutton. Tried making cold brew tea. Blandest shit I ever tasted. Every night health gates me. Mood.
I'll take that. See what happens?
Yeah, this randomizer sucks. The sleep mechanic keeps health gating me.
Dodge this.
Any tips?
Appreciate the assist, little one.
A healing potion, eh? Seems really hard to test. It's not actually so hard to test over mech. It would just be throw a lightning bolt at a crit spot with a ring that has weapon type crit on it, of that weapon type, and see if it gets it by having a copy of the same ring without that passive on it. So all your stats are identical except for that one. If there's any variance, it's that.
Gonna need more magic.
Something I could probably test pretty quickly right now, but like I just don't feel like it. And no reason if someone's already done the testing.
Thought you had me, did ya? Let's make this interesting. Can't wait.
Morning, Paul. How you doing? Oof. Yeah, too many downs there. The Shadowfire dots still killed them though. That's funny. Shadowfire chucks look so cool. They really do. So without hitting a crit, Shadowfire is going to be a little bit gear dependent to compete with the likes of Fear Knots. Now, I still don't think it actually competes with Fear Knots, even peak to peak. But the dot stuff is where it pulls ahead. I do want a fire primordial Shadowfire for this setup, though.
Like rain, only sharper. Helpful. Piss off to the hereafter.
I also don't strictly need to be using this spell. For chance to be good for it then. Remember that crit chance is not really going to do too much for guns in general. Because even with 60% gun crit chance from my skill tree, right? My gun crit chance is 10.8%. Like... That's not too much. It's not really feasible to get a meaningful amount of gun crit chance when you could just get more damage. Additionally, I already have incentive to aim for actual crit spots with the Headhunter skill in the Spore Warden tree, which gives conditional damage on hitting a crit spot. And conditional damage is a separate damage category, meaning it's basically an actual true 25% multiplier to the final number on that hit, if I hit a real crit spot. So I should just do that anyway. Senior Tasking posted that message about the spell projectile on the channel last night after realizing what the testing channel was. Felt like a 4-year-old just walked up to the adults who were discussing important global issues and showed my new finger painting. I was in the wrong place. Everyone starts somewhere, Stuff Beaver. I don't think anyone got that vibe from you doing that at all. It's just useful information. And the reason that channel exists is to get as many eyes-on tests as possible to make them as accurate as possible and help in distributing the information. So, thank you for helping. Chaotic Wizard's Pipe. 55 mag, though. I have no interest in a 55 mag. That's abysmal. Way too high. See, with a 25 mag, a Blazing Volley at only Chaotic almost breaks 500 damage. Mag size affects a lot. See, this one's a 49 mag and doesn't even break 400 damage. Mag size is important. Don't feel bad about it or anything, just thought it was funny. I thought it was useful information, so you're all good. It at least helped me out. A volatile throwable hole, I'll take that. Could use one for this build. I guess I hit the shotgun bunny because I do want a bloodshot just for memes. Yeah, so we're looking for something like this. The ×1 bloodshot. But I want Chain Lightning module. The thing with Inferior Chucks, the reason why you want as few projectiles as possible is the Chuck formula does not account for total card damage. It accounts for the one projectile card damage. So like the lightning bolt would be based off of 120 here, not 120 times 16. That's why 1 is better. Set pistols. It's too cluttered over there. I don't feel like sifting through that much loot. Primordial Sermon. What's your underbarrel? Is that Big Boy Rocket? That is Big Boy Rocket. Trying to visually train myself on item parts. Because by the time BL3 was like a year old, most items you could just glance, or at least I could just glance at them and figure out which parts were which. I have not bothered to do that yet with Wonderlands, and I need to. Here's Primordial Nightshade, because I do, and it slaps harder than Will. I find Nightshade one of the most amusingly overrated items. Nightshades and Spriggans are good, but they're just simply good. In terms of actual damage output, they lose to most other SMGs. Most unique SMGs, I should say. But the reason why they're so elevated in the minds of a lot of people is they're good with Buffmeister. That's the whole reason. Because Buffmeister values projectile counts above all else. So a ×5 Nightshade is gonna just have more Buffmeister mileage than most things. That's why you'll see certain people prop it up more than others, whether they realize it or not. Super useful early game? Yeah, but so are most things. The fact that the game gives you a free ×4 Nightshade, like 2 minutes in, yeah, that does a lot for the perceived value of it, because it's something the game effectively forces you to recognize is good. Like them with Play the Angles. Play the Angles is another thing that cares a lot about hit count. More hits is more chances. Yeah. Back from work, got the quality entertainment from Quag while I run feature runs myself. The cool rum and coke to start the weekend. Ooh. I've not had rum in a while. I'm like a default bourbon guy, but every once in a while I change it up.
I blame you for trying. Unstoppable!
With Throwable Hole, I should really be using a singularity spell, not a knockback one. Still carry ×4 Nightshade as I feel it's better than the Breath. Been tried since the buff yesterday. Yeah, the thing about that is it's not. Boreas Breath slash damage, Nightshade isn't. So, Boreas has higher card damage with a better damage formula. It's just a more awkward projectile trajectory and a lower fire rate. I know K6 likes Boreas Breath.
How's that for an active reload?
It's just not a hugely popular gun because it's dedicated source only. So kind of like how a lot of people didn't know the Hive existed in Borderlands 3. because it was dedicated only. Same thing. Where's it from again? Ribula. I've not tried Boria's post changes. They made the chuck more accurate, apparently. Throw the hole is crazy good. Like, it's not, this is live wire tier immediately needs to be nerfed good, but it's like, sometimes you won't be paying attention, you'll be like, oh, that's my throwable hold, deleting that enemy's life. If I get Wrath of Nature up on a target, this thing just eats.
I'll take that.
Ribble is also a weird farm. Weird how. Like chucking Boreas feels bad to shoot. Pre or post change Cub? Because pre-change I hated chucking it and I love shooting it. It's one of those guns that has a weird trajectory. Like if you used the Hail or the Fibber or the Lead Storm, any of those guns from previous games, then you're kind of used to having to aim in a weird way. Boreas is another one of those. Longest time I didn't know you had to bring the small red orbs to the big boy. It's not explained very forcefully. It's understandable. Morning, Hazel. How you doing? Hope you all having a pleasant day. How you feeling about Hotfix? Can't stay long. Hotfix seem positive. Very positive. Very positive. If anyone is interested, later today, the Wonderfix is having its debut episode over in the official Borderlands, the official Wonderlands, excuse me, official Wonderlands Discord. And I'm gonna be a guest on the first episode, so exclamation point Wonderfix, we have a command for it. Hey Peric, happy Friday. We'll be discussing, you know, hotfix and all that sorts of stuff. I don't like how the bullets curve. Yeah, it's a personal taste thing. Happy Friday, Ken. How you doing? You're discussing the holes? Yes, be discussing throwing my hole. I'll be putting some extra effort into throwing my hole around. Now it's gonna be really messy. You gotta be prepared for unexpected results when you throw your hole at someone. Hey Ghost, how you doing? I got stuck with doing hole math. A US politician volunteered. 2 on the nose. Love throwing my hole back. Nice, Emily. Nice.
Quack has the biggest hole of all. His hole is expandable and omnipotent. It is the hole to end all holes.
Yes. I agree, time I got back. I agree. I will end all holes with my hole. Waiting for the second go, me too.
Only sharper.
Quack has the biggest hole of all the holes. His hole is expandable and omnipotent. It is the hole to end all holes.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits. And now, for some reason, I'm thinking about, you guys know the trailer for the Halo TV series, which I did finish watching a few days ago, by the way. It's kind of really awful. But anyway, like a trailer for it where they're talking about how the Spartans are like adaptable, upgradable, controllable. I just want to make a copy pasta out of that about my hull. I just want everyone to know the capabilities of my hull.
This world, no place for the weak.
As a show X-rated, you're going to be forced to rein your potty mouth in. I will be more professional than I am on my own channel, No Face. Let's put it that way. Now I'm hearing my homes, but my hole. Beautiful. I know for stream throwing my hole around. I got you. Done. Usually say all the cursed bonk worthy shit on other people's channels, so yeah. Excuse me. Okay. That's an upgrade. Neat. Yeah, we'll do bunny. Why not? Oh, you're right there. Okay. My game will catch up eventually. There we go. Wholesome stream content. Yes, sir. I feel like the whole works great on any setup with decent area damage. Can use it as my non-cry option and all my all-cry setup, and it's great. Yeah. It's just a good gun now. Realizing for the moment, Bioshock series almost finished installing, got a free on Epic. Just relax for the moment. Yeah, Bioshock series, definitely grab that, chat. Anyone who plays video games, the entire Bioshock series, with all DLC, I believe, is free on Epic right now. Just one click and you get them all in your library. And it's free to keep, by the way. It's not like, hey, free for this weekend. It's not just click it, and if you decide to circle around to Bioshock in 2 years, it'll still be there. Do the thing. I already own all the games with all the DLC, and I still picked it up for the Epic Game Store because it's there. You never know. Epic's knocking out of the park with the AAA free games. Yeah, there was, what, Borderlands 3 last week, the entire Bioshock series this week. I got one of my favorite games ever, Remnant from the Ashes, from a free Epic weekend. They had Prey 2017 a couple weeks ago, which I might play on stream sometime in the next couple months. You have a second? Could I see the spell you're using? Yeah. This is what I got. Hey Dex, how you doing? Remnant's so fun, just wish I didn't have to restart it on PC. I enjoy the progression from nothing in that game as well, so... Good, how are you? Doing pretty okay. A little bit of body pain today. But, can't complain too much. Excited for Wonder Fix later. Excuse me. Allergies kind of kicked my ass last night, I will say. Also just enjoying chucking. So, like, there was a TDR build in BL3, made by Less Handsome Jack, that, a lot of us loved, affectionately referred to as Yeetbot. That was the Flak TDR build. Is this Yeet shot? This is a really bad damage rubies. 213 for volatile? Ugh. Is this Yeet shot? Is it a spell shot that's eating? Morning, Pragmatic. How you doing? Out of 3-day weekend, your boy's about to chum. Let's go, Mr. Adblock. Chum all over the place. Oh yeah, Dex, you had that theory. I don't know if this feeds into the thing you asked me about, but I'll keep an eye out on it. This is the first one I've seen from the chest today. It's like, what, run 3? Run 2 or 3? Run 3, I think. And this is the first one. Isn't that all spell shots? No, not all spell shots yeet. Some just cast spells. Some do melee. Times 12 Boilermaker. 1 mag. Only chaotic. Times 7, 2 mag. Chain Lightning Bloodshot. Okay, this will be a perfect demonstration. See how it's got higher card damage than my Primordial Fear Not? With the same element and the same Chuck module. We're gonna equip this, but here's a comparison. See? I throw away less ammo per Chuck. Like, you'd think, or it's slightly less than the Primordial one, excuse me. It's more than the Volatile one. So Chaotic over Volatile here. So I'm throwing away less ammo. Doing comparable base damage, have a wider splash radius, have a better dot value. Yet it's not going to perform as well. Shotgun formula. And this is another Bloodshot. This has the Lightning Bolt module, but see how this one's times 2? It's just less damage. Not only are you consuming more ammo, so you get a worse Chuck formula, but the bolt will be based off of the 408. Once. You want to? Cool. Does one find out damage formula? Lots of testing. All Chucks do worse the higher times 2 times 3 thing is. Yes, but it's not a direct thing. So it's not that the extra projectile lowers the damage, it's that the part that gives an extra projectile, to balance out it giving an extra one for shooting, lowers the... it gives a damage penalty to all projectiles. So instead of getting the part that, you know, gives a slight damage bonus and is times 1, you get the one that has a damage penalty and is times 2. If you add those 2 projectiles for shooting, it's more total damage, but the Lightning Bolt Chuck only checks the damage of 1 projectile, so that's why you want as high card damage as possible for Lightning Bolts, at least. I can't speak as to how these things apply for Pixies or Guns with Wings. I do not have a lot of familiarity there, but for this stuff, Lightning Bolts, you want times 1. Got a Primordial times 2 Gluttony last night. Chuck seemed okay-ish, but not great. Yeah, your Chuck will be pretty rough on that. However, the Gluttony is extremely high DPS as a shooting gun, and times 2 only assists that. Thank you. You're welcome. Mushroom, can you, like, move? Ooh, times 17 Boilermaker. This is the highest one I've gotten so far. I think 17 might be the highest for 1 ammo per shot. You can get up to 19 at 2 ammo per shot. But I have an 8 mag, which is lower damage, and it's not chaos tiered at all. That's sad. Got a 17, does the work, nice. Primordial one with Stabbo enchant, jealous. Jealousy, ooh. Times 18 Body Rocker. I've not gotten a Dark Magic one yet, but it's 5 mag. So, once again, parts matter. Times 18 Body Rockers are great, but this one being 5 mag, the sticky multiplier is 7% instead of 18%. That is an utterly massive amount of damage to lose. Very unfortunate. Picking it up, but unfortunate. Yeah, times 21 Kettle Drum. Nice. Blast Gasp or Double Knot? Somewhat depends on what kind of spell you're using. If your spell has a very high crit chance, Double Knot. If it doesn't, Blast Gasp. Unfortunate still taking it, because even a bad Body Rocker is still a good gun. Just less good. Love you, Quag, never change. Hey, I have inventory slots and I'm a hoarder, Dex. Leave me alone. Wizard's Pipe seems to do work now. Projectile speed's a bit mellow. I think the intention with it is to still keep it like a decent gun. Not necessarily the peak of anything, but just a good, dependable option. What's going on with the Shadowfire parts? Okay, this is much better parts than this one. See the 10% more damage part? But this one has a status damage part. Actually, no, it doesn't. That's just it being volatile versus chaotic. Okay. So this is a better one than this one, but it's just a chaos tier down. It would be significantly better if it was the same chaos tier. I think the pipe projectile still feels wonky. It might still need some tuning. Oh yeah, I was gonna put an enchant on this. Ooh. Oh, that's lucky. Cool. Time's Wonderfix. I'm in California. It'll be at noon your time, Grasshopper. Noon your time, over in the official Wonderlands Discord server.
Think you can make it?
Gotcha!
So, not only is that Cyclops not dead after 2 chucks, I'm dead.
Bloody bad. Eat or be eaten.
It's not easy to stay alive using a Bloodshot Chuck, because the radius is so utterly bonkers. Like, how live? That AoE? Yeah. It's less efficient, because I also only have 6 chucks left, if you look at my ammo. Already down that much. Any idea if you can watch it or if you can't make it? Yeah, it'll be on YouTube at some point.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
How did that hit me? How did that hit me? The radius is so big! Yeah, it's... Hey Viper, how you doing? Can trucks get Oath of Fire? They do get Oath of Fire, Fatal, yes. Send further back. No further. Moose and Wonderlands, yes. Give Spell Shot splash immunity.
Only sharper.
Unspec TCP.
Never send a corpse to a killer's job.
Might as well be throwing a fish slap. The kilometers per second build, yes. Doing good, had my final interview. I went well, they said they'd tell me Wednesday if I get it, so fingers crossed. I'm crossing my fingers, toes, and esophagus for you. So we want to watch Wonderfix live, is it in Tina's Discord? Yes, ! Wonderfix. Across your toes. You found toes weird and not esophagus? Sir?
Thanks for the reload, shit.
So like, how do we take advantage of the fact that this thing just eats your existence? Do we run Jamstones and fucking Blaze of Glory? Like, is that the play? Because Blaze of Glory reduces our Save Your Soul timer, so I don't think I'll have time to throw one without dying. Yeah, there's no way. So, Jamstones? Crossing your hole? I'm crossing my hole, yes.
Let's make this interesting. Ready to bring me up. I'm dead.
Another big thing, crossbow barrels have a crit modifier. Bloodshot is not crossbow. Shotguns can't get crossbow. So that's a thing. Weekly meetings canceled. That's a good thing, right? Seen the Buttermoon pistol yet? No, because it is not legitimately available. Extra projectile, volatile reviver. Look at that card damage. Over 5k per cast. That's just funny. Reviver's great for picking up Shroomy. Yeah, I would entertain the idea of using it, but for the purpose of keeping Imbued Weapon up, I need to cast a lot more often than the Reviver allows. I'd have to go Sever the Threat if I was going to do that. Primordial Ancient Deity, Ice with Nova and Vagabond. Just like fuse on Cryo gun build. Probably recommend Berserker or Graveborn, something that already has healing because you're missing out on Body Rune, and you'd want to use Soak. But yeah, it's a thing. Ancient Deity is just kind of minimally impactful, I suppose would be the way of... God damn it. The way of putting it. Like, it's not bad, it's just a lot less of a big deal than other things in that slot. Like, I'd rather have a Body Rune or a Transistor, or Bronco Buster, a Bad Egg, Last Gasp. Just as it's my first Primordial. Yeah, it's got a good capacity. That'll be enjoyable. Magic Barrel, Bloodshot better. I don't have a regular barrel, but I would assume so. I don't base that on anything scientific, though. I don't have a regular barrel with these parts to compare. But the biggest thing with the Bloodshot is you want it to be ×1. So I don't know if that can happen with non-magic barrel. I don't know. Thank you for clarification. But you want a ×1, so it's the most important bit. I would not really recommend Bloodshot chucking. I'm just doing it because I can. Not because it's good. It's not good. Because that happens. I really like Bloodshot chucking in the story. That's a good time. Like, the shot itself is so much more desirable than the chuck right now, and I don't know how I feel about that. I've gone down more in this chaos run than you have all week. Yeah, just because I'm blowing myself up almost every chuck. Also, Stutter, hello? Hey Briz, how you doing? Look, we're playing Mos. Give Spell Shot Splash immediately. Well, thanks. Oh, they're here. Got a really effective way to throw your hole. You ever use the app Grinder? Is there a Grinder builds document? Is there a strong theory crafting community on that app? I'm not familiar. Bloodshot with some fire rate's kind of funny. Spellshot's also a glass cannon, so give Spellshot lifesteal too. Agreed.
That's the way, you little rock blossom. Not this time.
I'm switching to this, otherwise I'm not gonna get the dragon statue. I think I still might not get it. Oh, we got it. Pretty cool, you can throw holes into and next to your own hole to make a cacophony of holes. Yes.
Simple geometry. Oi! Thanks for that. This'll come in handy.
Decided to make LLC. Mom said it's easier to spam with links about the stuff. It's not easy. Yeah. Yup. Yup. But hey, it's a smart move. No. Which breath do you think is better, the ×4 or ×5? I'm guessing it depends on the build. So in theory, the ×5 is going to be more shoot focused than chuck focused. It'll have higher DPS in terms of shooting. You'll be chucking more frequently. Those chucks would, in theory, do less damage. Assuming all the other parts are the same, I would assume ×5 would be better. But I don't think I've ever gotten a ×5 Boreas. Just make each T1 skill for Spellshot be like magic bullets, except one's for ability, one's for melee. Oof. Seems completely reasonable. Uh-huh. Here is corporatized anti-recycling. Disgusting. But throwing a bloodshot lets you recycle your life forcefully with fire. Ooh, we got a poison one. Less damage. It's a bigger mag. Not gonna use that, but I'll pick it up. Another fire one. Bigger mag. Dagger Storm. Gearbox would never overtune T1. My best guns for Mist Dancer are Dark Magic guns. I've been thinking to switch it over to Immortal Culturalist for the Dark Magic bonuses. Dumb idea. Bonuses plural? Because you get exactly one thing from doing that for your Dark Magic. Damage. Dark Pact. Which is not a unique bonus. You instead lose the entire Stabomancer kit, which means you lose from the shadows. Exploit their weakness. Contagion. I wouldn't, is the short answer. I wouldn't. At least, not if you were using FTS. If you're using Barrage, then, like, yeah, sure, do it. This one is a good mag, but it's lightning, and it's blue. I don't think you can get a non-elemental magic barrel bloodshot. So you have to settle for lightning and take that damage penalty. Which is awkward. With Fear Knots, you don't have to do that, because you can get them non-Ellie. T1 versus T6 in Borderlands 3 is probably a solid debate. Which is more powerful? Yeah. Yeah. Does Boreas drop from bunnies or that long hike farm at Snoring Valley? It's the long hike thing, Rohit. It's from Ribula. It's not in the bunnies. My Shadowfire is 378. I'm gonna roll this one, even though it's worse, just because Moon Orbs. God damn it. Well, shit. Now there's no point to have this one at all. I guess I just freed up an inventory slot. Boreas is the sword rank of the SMGs. I don't think that's fair to Boreas, because Boreas is actually good at killing things by shooting them. Swordorang is not good at anything. Back later? Sounds good. Anything else, like the breath that only has one source? Swordorang? Boreas and Swordorang come to mind.
Thanks for that! Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. This'll come in handy. That's more like it. Tell the Reaper I sent you.
Both War Prime Sun. I'd probably take T1. Mo's only has short fuse. Only short fuse. Yeah, what? You okay, Chris? Yeah, like that was a 600k chuck. Bloodshot never came anywhere close to that. It was a 330. It simply does less damage than a Fear Not, with more downsides. Buff Fury or shotguns. A lot.
Death will end you. And death is your reward.
Reasoning is that most grenade IV stuff benefits from T1, not T6, whereas guns benefit from both. Was that buff shotguns? Okay, we'll buff sword explosion. The funny thing about that, Viper, is could you honestly say it would affect anything? Would a sword explosion buff change anything? Something wrong with stream elements? For me, yeah. For me, ever since I switched to stream elements, my alerts have, like, weird delays. Don't know why. Can't buff that which is already cracked. Keep getting nothing but pure white wall. Pure white wall for what? Gearbox will ever release another update to BL3. Last update was 6 months ago. Depends on how you define update, because they've been running events for BL3 for literally this entire month. They added a gun that did not drop before with the launch of Wonderlands, and that was 2 months ago, not 6. They've released like 5 new head skins since Wonderlands has been out. Like, that's all new stuff. Do something with Woden? Yeah, there's currently an event on right now where Woden has increased drops and health. Didn't know you could actually do damage with thunder throws. Why not? Why wouldn't you be able to? I mean, there's still some bugs and such. I don't recall the network was ever added. To my knowledge, the network wasn't ever added, which is annoying. They said they would. I guess they forgot. I think they'll consider adding a save point somewhere near Rivulet, Snoring Valley, for my club understanding being hotfix, hoping a patch to come. I don't think that's unreasonable to request and to make them aware of. In BL3, several areas did not have vending machines in convenient locations, and that was changed in patches throughout that game's life. For example, the vendor by the bridge that leads over to Captain Trant, yeah, that wasn't there the first few months of the game. So I don't think them moving around checkpoints for farming purposes like that is unheard of. Whenever I tried them with my non-existent build, didn't do damage to them. And that's the mistake a lot of Borderlands players make. They don't have a build, and then they try something, and then they think that that thing's bad because of that. And no, it's just the build's bad. These lightning bolts are one of the hardest hitting things in the game. And I'm kinda not even really building optimally for them right now. Because if I was building more optimally, I'd be running an element that's compatible with Soaked and using that.
Another notch and not a coin to show for it.
These things are just really, really good. Now, it also does somewhat depend on which kind of lightning bolt you get. For example, if you get it on a Fear Not, you're good. If you get it on a Doodad, for example, which is an SMG, you're not so good. It won't do well there. SMG chucking outside of the Shadowfire and throwable hole is very underwhelming. Primordial Whizpipe, nice. Is Dark the status? Like when a skill tree or item's a status damage increases, increase Dark Dot? All elements have a status effect, Foster. The damage over time left behind by an element, that is what a status effect is. And every single element this game has it. So, Cryo, Dark Magic, everything except for non-elemental. Ran out of ammo there. Chain lightnings do less damage single hit? Yeah, they do half damage. Thank you, you're welcome. Save point by Ribula isn't that far from him. It doesn't change the fact that, you know, Parasite has a save point, like, just over this hill. Dropping into the real Parasite fight. No, Nightmare, Son of a Witch, Dragon Lord, Drill, all have very convenient save points. Ribula is the only way to get the Boreas Breath and doesn't have a convenient save point. I think that's a legitimate concern. If Ribula didn't have a dedicated drop that was only dedicated, I wouldn't care. But it is the only way to get that gun. Unless you get a very cursed item slot 2 in vending machines. That's item slot 2 shit, that doesn't count. Item slot 2 is actively haunted. What's up with item slot 2? What isn't up with item slot 2? For whatever reason, sometimes in the second slot of a vending machine, you'll just find weird shit. Like, dedicated only items, repeats of items you have in other places, weird shit. We haven't figured that out yet. Could double boost dark magic by having good boost dark magic damage to status effect damage? No. Every single element has a status effect. Like look at this for example. You see where it says 789 damage per second, 17% chance. That's my fire status effect chance from this. Dark magic has it too. It's the same thing. It is no different. It's just the damage over time. Status damage simply refers to the damage over time, and nothing else. So if you hear someone say dot, that's what status is. Talk about Boreas Breath, be a Deadly Drop or Ribula? Yeah. Is it always legitimate shit or sometimes buggy or not legal? Sometimes buggy. I've seen people get spells that are missing parts from that slot, Foster. Like, weird things from slot 2. Like, things that you kind of just can't explain. Like the timer increased damage status. Could you elaborate? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Rebel Yo. So dark magic damage boosts from, say, amulets don't boost the same dot damage. They do if those dots are dark magic. I wonder if maybe it's pulling stuff you have in your bank sometimes to go into your level. What makes you think that? Wizard's Pipe's cracked for mobbing. What isn't cracked for mobbing? Status effect, is it increased damage effects or length of time it affects? Those are two different things. So like, status effect chance is a stat, status effect damage is a stat, status effect duration is a stat. Those are all different things. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How you doing? All I want to do is play this fucking game. Let me scroll up. Quite, what are you using Spore Warden for here with this build instead of like Claw or something? Just curious. Headhunter and Sporefuse. That's it. Headhunter and this gun enchant. Clawbringer would almost definitely be more damage. Almost certainly. Especially because that would free up this gear slot as well. So if you were to play a Hexecutioner with like this gear setup, you could even do a very similar skill tree, because you could just take Awe here. Awe and Indomitable, or 2 Awe and 1 Indomitable, or just 3 Awe. And use Storm Dragon's Judgment. You'd free up a damage enchant on your ward. You would have to, Actually, no, scratch that. Yeah, there would be no downsides to doing that. I'm just simply doing it because this character happens to be a Spore Warden. Only reason. Hexecutioner would be more optimal here. Which breath is in the bunny's pools? I'm already bored of safe good farming. I personally think everything should be in the bunny's pools, but that is not a universal opinion. Should be both. You have a choice on how you farm. Yeah, I agree. Like, even if it was in the bunny pool, your chances are still better from the Dedi source. Because you are looking for one drop rather than... Like, your Dedi drop is going to be just Ribula's Dedi drop pool, which is independent of your world drop pool. So you can still world drop anything that can world drop separately of that, but you are not filtering through every item in the game for the Dedi pool for Ribula, you know? That's what balances out bunnies. You get a lot of stuff, but it is unfocused stuff. Using it to farm something specific is not exactly efficient. Ooh, this enchantment with this gun now. Action skill start, status chance and damage by 20% for 10 seconds. That status chance going off of the base 50% there. That's pretty big. Mess around with that. I should really use a dark magic element amulet for this, but I don't have one. I guess that's what I need to roll next. Got enough mag size for 2 ammo carouser? Let's go. Does crossbolts mean more damage usually? Usually. Be 60%, not 70? Correct. And that's assuming I don't have status chance elsewhere. I do have status chance on this Universal Soldier. So, we'd be talking... I'm getting 60% more of 50. Do I have other status chance boosts at all? Does Mithril give status chance? It does, 30%. So 70%, 90%, 90% more of 50.
But seriously,
That's pretty high. That's pretty fucking high.
I'll take that.
Try Contagion with it. My Mist Dancer does have Contagion. So I've used it on a spec that has Contagion, yes.
Unstoppable.
I've not used it on my Bone Carver. I don't have an armor I'd want to use with that. All I have on that character, I checked it this morning. I just have Pandemiciums. I think I'd want a Miasmatic Mail, or a good Corrupted Plate Mail. And then use a... probably Plate Mail and use a Fire one. Yeah. Forgot that symbol's there. Just trying to use my barrage, but okay. How else can we squeeze more damage out of Shadowfire? Thinking.
Get stuck.
Oh, dark magic on Amulet, I guess.
More meat for the grinder. Might have lived if you'd run.
Damage enchant here. Different enchant there. But the gun damage is too good for the other stuff, so.
Simple geometry.
Area damage. I have some on my armor. It's part of why this amalgam's so good. It rolled area damage and 3 magic bullets at volatile. That's like the main reason it slaps. Gun damage is nice too, but... pretty damn nice. Yeah, it's one of the last ones we got in the last featured. I'm so happy that we got it. Such a big upgrade.
How's that for an active reload?
In a perfect world, I guess that armor would be, instead of an amalgam, it'd be a cape, or diamond gauntlets, or steel gauntlets. But meh.
I can get used to this.
Amalgam's still good. More options better. I think it's sad the way some people act when it comes to this game. Level of vitriol is astounding. I said this a few streams ago, I'll say it again. People will show you exactly who they are when they're mildly inconvenienced. That's it. Simple as that.
This one's got death in their eyes. Helpful!
Instant gratification is all some people care about. Some people take it a step further than that, Buick, and it's about denial of gratification to other people. That's just, I don't understand how you can live your life like that. I don't get it. More importantly, how does the amalgam look? Good question. Not bad. Not bad at all. I like this this pauldron. It's got like the bony arm. Chainmail leggings. This looks pretty good. I think the cat hood does a lot for it as well. What are some interactions you'd like to see the 7th class have? I don't really have an answer to that. I just want it to do something meaningfully different than what the current classes offer. Like some reason to go, hey, I can build around that because other classes can't do that. Now, I don't know specifically what that would entail, but as long as it's got some sort of unique interaction that hopefully doesn't step into power creep territory, I'm for it. Fashion endgame, you know it, Rikus, you know it. Poison for Spore Warden. Unironically, I think they should make Barrage do poison damage. Like, base element poison.
I'm getting the hang of this.
Among other things I'd like to see done to Barrage. Because they made Cleansing Flames melee into fire. And that synergizes so much better with Clawbringer.
Thanks for the reload, Eugene.
Cleansing Flames is still a work in progress, but it's absolutely miles better than it was. Except if you were using Soaked, but I'm also okay with that. I'm just gonna get rid of that Buick for reasons.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Going off of stuff that is allegedly in things that players aren't really supposed to see, has misled the community in the past. For example, BL3 had a bunch of stuff allegedly in the files that never made it into the game, and people worked themselves up into a disappointed frenzy over things that were never promised. So I just want to avoid that. That's why I refrain from that. I appreciate your understanding there. Like I mentioned yesterday, take the Barrage chance, slap it on default. Make it so if you hit all your arrows, that's an increase. It'd be cool to see some sort of bonus for hitting multiple arrows. I'd be down for something like that. Give us a Barbarian.
At least you're some use.
Full support class would be Giga L. I don't necessarily think so, because it depends on what support that is. Support's a wide umbrella. Like, it's a very wide umbrella. It could include anything from massive amounts of cooldown to massive amounts of healing to, you know, more move speed than we currently have available. It could be things like animation speed in ways we haven't gotten before. Like an action skill that just buffs, not offensively in any way, shape, or form, but indirect stats. Like, imagine this, chat. You know the fire rate and handling increase and, you know, all the speedy stuff that isn't directly damage that you get from a Buffmeister? What if that had been an action skill?
Now that's the good stuff.
That kind of weird stuff. I want them to get real experimental.
Oi! Thanks for that! Our spell slots!
Fucking evil eye crabs. Oh, they're so scary. Evil eye crabs are raid bosses. Reply feature so trash? Yeah, it is. I think healing would not be the way to go, because soloing stuff would be miserable, but buffing of offensive stats would be sweet, so then you could feasibly solo with that class. Here's the thing with that, time I got back. Every single class ever has damage buffs. All of them. Ever. And in the context of, hey, I want new class to do something unique, guess what isn't unique? Increasing damage. We're already in a position where the way this game is designed, gear and myth rank make up more of your damage than skill trees do. A character not having a damage formula, or at least less damage formula, is less of a deal breaker than you'd think, because, for example, Stabomancer and Spore Warden have absolutely miserable damage formulas. Like, they are truly, truly scuffed. But that doesn't stop my favorite setup from being a combination of those two.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot!
Additionally, healing is very valuable, and you can see that with one of the biggest complaints among the player base, many of them identifying as solo casual players, is dying to certain boss attacks. For example, there's a lot of people that die to Nightmare because they have not learned how to dodge the attacks. Healing is a way of countering that. One of the things Graveborn does very well, healing.
Gonna need more magic!
You know what goes great with the Reaper of Bones action skill? Healing. Imagine being mad because you died to a boss. I mean, it's understandable. Within reason. I just realized my opinion's one side since I primarily play offensive classes in most games. Oh yeah, I do in a lot of games as well. Like in my MMO rating days, the first team I got picked up for, I was a tank. And then on, like, we basically had 2 raid nights, one where we played seriously, and then one where we just kind of dicked around. On like alts and geared up for other saves and teams and stuff. And there was one night on the alt night where I'm just like, hey, I was gearing up this alt, I want to try being DPS. Can someone else tank for this night? And then someone else did. And then from then on, people kind of didn't let me not DPS anymore. because I was good at tanking, but I was really good at DPS. So that kind of put me in a position where I started using a lot more, just focusing my gameplay on damaging more. Like, I rarely healed. I did sometimes, but it was rare. I could do everything, but I ended up doing DPS stuff the most. And in Borderlands games, and Wonderlands is an extension of that, the focus has always been do more damage. That's always been the content focus. Which is why I want something different. It's gross. That's gross. Use it? No. Drill a hard DPS check my build yesterday. Surviving wasn't hard, but doing damage that could outpace his shield regen. Yeah. Spent 13 years focusing on Final Fantasy XI DPS. Make me nostalgic. There's no way I'm ever going back to MMOs. It used to be every few months, and now it's kind of dropped to every couple of weeks. Every couple of weeks I think about loading up Star Wars The Old Republic again. I don't know. Nostalgia gets me too. I know I go on a lot about how nostalgia is kind of bad for the gaming industry, but when done well, giving into it's nice. Like, I picked up a Reviver without thinking, didn't pick up a Buffmeister. Well, Reviver is unique gameplay. Buffmeister is, I have big number. No. This seems like a good roll. A volatile gun with wings ×4. Like, that seems good. I don't use these, though. Claw can be set up to be support, especially with the Enchanter Revive and Cleansing Flames. Element Aura Reviver spell. Just haven't been able to keep damage up while doing that. Yeah, Buick. I like that support concept as well. There's a few classes that have, like, support applications. Like, Spore Warden and Sabomancer can debuff for teammates. Spell Shot, Polymorph is team utility. Also Sigil spells, everyone can do that. Reviver spell, everyone can do that. Spell Shot can do it more frequently. Cleansing Flames, heal and revive. There's lots of team utility stuff. Clawbringer also has Rebuke for team utility. The game's just not designed in a way that that's ever really relevant. Though I would like to do some co-op, you know, build stuff. Just sounds enjoyable. Primordial Fae. No. Only 6 fire rate with that damage? No. Because this is 8. Heckwaiter is 14, by the way. See, this Night's Rate's 10. That was burst fire, but you get the idea. Like, this Spriggan is 6. That's half the damage with 6 levels below. Yeah, no, that's a big no. Hard pass. Clerics in D&D while support class are capable of extremely high damage output because, well, I don't know why. Give me a Wonderlands Cleric. The last campaign I did, I played a multi-class Cleric Paladin, and I ended up being the hardest hitting character because our rogue, like, never showed up anymore because life happened. So then I ended up just, like, yeah, I guess I'll shoot crossbows now. And I killed the campaign end boss in 2 turns. By myself. Okay, this evolved. Yeah, you sound super knowledgeable when you talk about a Viper. Alcohol crossbow quag. I was a barbarian. Yeah, Grumpy was a barbarian. He was just standing there buffing us up and stuff. He gave me an extra shot for both of those turns, and it was a good time. It was a good time. Real miss having a class in Borderlands that could be supporty like Nurse Maya. I mean, you could still kind of do that, Pico. You can do that on Spellshot. You could totally do it. Think about it. Spellshot has Polymorph, which gives your teammates free casts of their spells. Like when they shoot the Skeep, they get a free cast of their own spell. And then you also have your spell slot for Sigils to heal and buff them, damage-wise. Fortifying Sigils give one of the largest heals in the game, while also giving an all damage increase, which is a stat that half the classes completely lack. But then I have to play Spellshot. Do it on Clawbringer then. Clawbringer, you focus on minimizing your cooldown on Cleansing Flames, and then spam Cleansing Flames with the spell enchant that revives and heals allies when you use it. Simply being near them will also give them, like if you're hugging them, they get your Dragon Aura. If you just exist in the same lobby as them, they get your Rebuke, so they'll be reflecting damage. And you can have your Wyvern go around debuffing them with your Claw Armor. There's ways to play support in this game. I want to go bully Chumps. Let's go bully Chumps. Whatever they fix Rebuke, yeah. I mean, the reflect part still works, it's just the damage reduction bit, Note that this is, far from the first time they've had a damage reduction being inverted problem. In Borderlands 3 DLC 2, it happened with the Stone class mod. And then in Borderlands 3 DLC 5, it happened with Black's Ion Loader. It's still in that state, by the way. It does happen sometimes. Yeah, I've not done Chums 2, 3, or 4 on this character. Clawbringer has a lot of team-wide skills. It's actually very cool. Yeah, I like it a lot. Executioner is definitely the support option.
Use that industrious mind of yours and dream away.
How's stream been? Lurking all stream, just been busy taking a quick break. Stream's been good, Rolls. Stream's been good. Can't complain too much. We're taking a break from featured runs to get some souls. Also, I don't have Chums 2, 3, or 4 in the pool for this character, so I figured I'd correct that while getting some souls. If you like TTRPGs, there's a game on Game Pass. It's a TTRPG simulator called Citizen Sleeper, and resub when I get my next disability check. You don't have to worry about resubbing, Yellenper. Don't worry about it. I'm happy to have you here. Think nothing of it. I appreciate the game suggestion. I'll keep that in mind. I don't have Game Pass, but like, if I pick it up. Yeah. But wait, hang on. Kotaku said that everyone is canceling their Game Pass because of Burnout. Do you guys see that, by the way? This was, a few days ago. Kotaku published an article saying that everyone canceled Game Pass and it's dead because of Burnout. And then they got ratioed by the Game Pass Twitter account. It was hilarious. Like, they actually got ratioed. Yo, Tom, I got back. Thanks for taking care of Yellenper. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. 75 in the channel. Legend. Thank you. Someone convinced me not to retry Final Fantasy XIV. I still see a lot of people playing it, like, in my mutuals. So, I don't know. I've never tried it. I can't convince you not to.
Ruthless efficiency. Get to it then.
I don't do warning shots. Eruptor!
Really appreciate Game Pass. They get some good games on there. Yeah, yeah. Definitely love Game Pass as a concept. Same guy that says stuff about Clawbringer. Same ones. Same ones, Emily.
Smells like
When's your birthday? Anytime soon? January. So
Just
it was 4 months and 2 days ago.
Like rain, only sharper.
Time is weird.
try shooting. It works for most of your problems.
Gonna need more magic.
The column moved. Do that again.
Wait, hang on. It's named Side Pisces after it unfreezes, but it's still missing name. You half fixed it, Gearbox. I'm proud. You're halfway there. Whoa. Statues are kind of annoying. Depending on like what you bring here. Like if you have something that does lingering damage, you just park it on the statue and it'll rotate the whole thing. Like that.
Bad luck or bad choices.
Bad jump.
Dead or deceased. What have we here?
Inspiringly done.
Unexpected Bon Jovi. Always expect Bon Jovi, Kirk. Always. Except at Bon Jovi concerts. I'm sure I've told you guys about the time I was going to a Bon Jovi concert, and we ended up leaving before he got there because he was just like 3 hours late. And then literally, as we got to the restaurant that we went to instead, he apparently showed up to the venue. It was the whole thing. Yo, Whirls, thanks for giving out 2 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Taking care of Zazzle and Remy. Good to see regulars taken care of. Thank you.
Calamitous force.
Which reminds me, I may need a quick restroom break after this.
You tried, Viper. You tried.
The water's rising now.
Girl and she's on fire.
Idiot.
So yeah, the moral of the story, always expect Bon Jovi, except if you're supposed to expect Bon Jovi. That's just how it works. Bon Jovi was funnier. Might have been called Nums while frozen, but now they're missing name. Apparently they're called Nums when you're not on Chaos mode flight.
Definitely more accurate.
That's what I've been told.
This world's no place for the weak. Unstoppable! That's more like it!
I don't know where all the soul chests are in this map, and I don't really care much. I don't know why I'm looking. I guess I just get very bored very easily in this content. Trying to DIY some entertainment. Content, yeah. The first mirror was a miss. The second mirror, the boss is a miss, but the content itself is good. I stand by my assertion that mirrors themselves are not problematic. I think that the format of mirrors is good. It's just they're struggling to nail the actual content. and then the things associated with content, like having them be rewarding. That's the part they're having trouble with. Mirrors themselves, the idea is fine. Hey, Atreus, how you doing? Sister still holds a grudge towards me for getting to see Bon Jovi on his Slippery When Wet tour. Nice. I mean, not nice for her, but nice for you. About the starving troll, which is the problem. I realized today that she's the Witch of Sand because of Sandwich. Yep. Like, Imelda's thematically cool, it's just her boss arena sucks and her mechanics are just actively anti-player.
Or maybe if you've got a big, strong, ate way too many salted nuts. Okay, no, the valves are easy.
Thinking about starting a Fragment Rain and Magic Barrage Spell Circuit build, what are your thoughts? That'll be pretty strong. Why Magic Barrage? Content's cool, but man, getting some items to drop on wheel is a headache. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, I would like to see them do more updates to the wheel. I think they're aware of that. And
The imprisoned one.
yeah, I also don't think the model of locking the gear away from bunnies for any amount of time, I don't think that's a good idea. Stop making the bosses fly. Yeah. So her icon on the map doesn't match her location. Wouldn't surprise me, Kurt. Wouldn't surprise me very much at all. Imelda's just all kinds of, hey, player, fuck you.
How's that for an active reload? It begins. Spells are spent. Spells are up.
Player Jovi, fuck you. Imelda health gates me with like 1 to 2 hits. Very frustrating considering how hard she can be to hit. Yeah. 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 Sister holds 1 towards me for when I took my lady friend to see Tom Watts perform instead of her. Oof. Yeah, that's a complicated situation to be in. I do not envy you.
C for effort. C minus.
Couple songs I've been working on, just getting the guts to put them out. Hey, I support you, Tom. I got back. You got me in your corner. Phase is too long for nothing, I feel like. I agree, Ghost. I agree, Ghost. 3 minutes of waiting just serves no purpose. Hey, Vlad. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope your hole's treating you well. Yeah, I'm throwing my hole around, and it's going well. In fact, I should throw my hole at chumps. I've been forgetting to use my hole. I'm gonna throw my hole at chumps. No way to skip that waiting time? Correct, sadly.
Poor beast has gone mad. I'm told Leon's bound in chains will do it.
Stop blocking my hole. Okay, good job, chumps. Chat, there's chum in my hole.
Did I just kill a friend of yours?
Hey, volatile fire, shadow fire.
It's the right of us all, friend or foe. freedom that matters. You're free now to return to
Jump in your bum.
be rewarded, or go about your adventures in this world, for ones beyond even my wildest imagining. Embrace it, would you? He is at rest. Return to
I'm sure there's an ointment for that.
see that watery world of imagination.
Coiled Captors had the room-to-room combat of the new one. I would like it more because no sandwich. True. Yeah, I'd rather deal with chums than Imelda, honestly. And I didn't feel that way on the first day, but the more I fought Imelda, I'm like, no thank you. Quag used Hole. It's super effective.
Protect your knees! Don't want to get stuck on guard duty.
And yes, Mr. Adblock, I would. Cool.
Witches and brews and adventures await.
Chums 3.
This mirror makes me...
If I just fight chums, does that in any way affect my drop rate if I'm trying to get a Barbo? Yeah, Rob. So basically, the PLC 1 gear gets added into your world drop pool, and your wheel pool and stuff, if you've completed chums at all on that character. If you've not, then you cannot get those items from the wheel. So it is a smaller pool of items for the wheel to pull from. So I suppose technically if you're trying to get PLC 2 gear from the wheel, you want to do it on a character that has not done chumps. Now that's not really realistic, and it's not like we can't undo chums on existing characters. So I don't really have many characters that match those parameters, you know?
Let's get casting and blasting. No magic left.
Creativity flows.
To me to make a link, yeah, it's just a thing that happens. You're good. Like they could add a switch to only roll certain mirrors loot, or they could just add it all to the bunnies.
What lies beyond those gates is... Well, let's get the ceremony and start that.
Yeah, much simpler. Yeah. I do think that, in addition to that, maybe guaranteeing a drop or two from the mirror boss would be reasonable. Because, like, as much of a pain in the ass as Imelda and chums are for some builds, they often just don't drop shit as well.
Simple geometry.
The column moved. Do that again.
Everyone's happy, good ending? Yeah. Hope they added to the bunny soon. Wheel disappointments, pain to farm. The wheel's so much better than it was before the patch. But it's still not quite there.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
100% drop rate would bring us back into the mirror? Yeah.
Inspiringly done.
I've got all the magic I need.
A lot of people don't even fight the boss, just farm souls in previous rooms, so guaranteed from the boss to be nice. Yeah, it's more efficient currently to farm pirates in PLC 2 than it is to fight Imelda. And I don't think that's the intended gameplay loop. It's also extremely boring. Mike dropped a Shadowfire for my Gloombringer last night. Love that thing. It's so good, Vlad. I love this gun. I'm already up. What are you doing in my swamp? I'm already up. You don't need to revive me.
Let it rain.
Even gods need their thirst quenched.
Need one for my Bone Carver. I haven't gotten any Primordials yet. Looking forward to that. I feel like maybe the mirror is the same problem Guardian Takedown had in terms of gear. It's disappointing to go through and not get one of its special drops. Yeah, that's definitely an issue that content had as well. I love the gameplay of Guardian Takedown, and the loot itself, most of it that came exclusively from that place was very powerful, but you rarely got any of it. And it was a long time investment. This mirror has all those things in common, except it doesn't have the engaging gameplay of Guardian Takedown. So it's literally all the cons of GTD without any of the pros. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Game it in my swamp for that sole purpose? Yes. Also, my character is Shrek inspired in the face.
Ready to go.
I almost got BL2'd there. You know, I could honestly leave the side Pisces alive and just AFK. Make a tank for me. Love the Mushroom Companion, even though he's an idiot 98% of the time. It's somehow less intelligent than Flak Pets, and that's saying a lot. Don't quite know how that happened. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Buick, I appreciate it. This is testing can confirm DLC Shark, not Chaos Mode, is named Nums. Cool.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you for testing. Doing Imelda on a melee build. Yeah, Don. Cheese found a way to do phase 1 of Imelda on a melee build. You can sprint jump in a certain spot as long as she's in a certain spot, and you can get it. Also, I just almost died there. The clutch mantle. You can do phase 1. Phase 2, nope. Nope. Mr. Adblock, taking care of Ghost as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Total of 290. Thank you, Mr. Adblock.
Another notch. Like rain, only sharper.
Stem the flow, or you'll have to learn how to swim very quickly.
Like, with the amount of move speed characters have, we don't even need that bridge. Like, we could just jump it and Game says we gotta. Back. Welcome back, Deep Zombie. Black Pet, at least you could send to an enemy and do real damage as well as get aggro. Gamma Burst Pet was pretty good. Gamma Burst let the pets tank very well because it had the unlisted effect of making the pets immortal. Now, not only that, but due to post-launch changes made, the pets were extremely tanky to begin with. They had multiple ways of taunting. You get one on this character, and it's a 10-second taunt with a 20-second cooldown that you cannot control. It's not ideal. Also, there's no way of making the mushroom really immortal. You can make it a lot tankier. There's the gun enchant where reloading makes your companions heal, and there's fortifying sigils. Also, getting more Spore class power gives the companion more HP. There's a companion HP passive on rings. You know, there's lots of stuff. But it's not nearly as... It's not what I like about Black Pet. Mushroom Companion is by far the least effective of the class feat companions in this game. Wyvern being the most, Mushroom being the least. Give your companion your shield as well in BO3. Even before that was an option, Fleece, and like most builds still didn't do that because that required 11 points of investment in Purple Tree, which was just bad for most builds. Phase 2 Imelda's attacks are also too spammy, they home in on your position, and the arena has too many obstacles, dodge them consistently, do damage for an annoying fight. Yeah. Yeah. Let's Shadowfire Chums this time. Just appreciate Demilich scares the crap out of K6, it was always hilarious. Does it? Oh no. Poor K6. Ow. Oh, I'm just trying to try this Shadowfire. Stop, like, being a boss. Stop sucking me in. Don't make me throw my hole. I know he resists fire. That's why I'm using this. You're fine. Fine, chums. You win. You win. You win. I'll use the other fire gun. See, if you use an element that he resists by 50%, Chums almost seems like he has HP.
It's wet here, eh? Guess I could use a bath to drown.
As your Quag says, stop sucking me. Won't be the first person, won't be the last. Make me use my hole. Yes. It's a credible threat.
Looks cold, but then my body has 5 times.
Okay, Chums 4.
Magical medicine.
It's perilously. The column is the key. Go and turn the lock.
At least you're some use. Just this.
Thought I aggroed you. Guess I missed.
What an industrious industrious mind you have.
Out of spell slots!
Your creativity flows.
Can you attack us? Kind of. You need to finish this DLC, my Frost Shiver. I'm keeping it unfinished on most of my characters. Because I don't like Chums 4. So, only this character and one other will have Chums 4 done.
Those gates is.
A big old monster.
While saving the world, do save room for patience now and then.
Chum use Swallow Quag's whole resistant its attack. It's true. That is a thing that
Use
happened.
that industrious mind of yours and dream a way in. We tried shooting it.
Cursed Pokemon battles. Worst.
How's that for an action reload? Let's make this interesting. You were short work.
Do that again.
That's more like it.
I'll stop at 3 then. And yeah, the whole flying thing was weird. Yeah. Hey King, good to see you. A few streams ago you said something about shields that effects that are on the item. Forgot what shields that were. Bad Egg has a hidden melee buff. It's probably that one. Also the body rune, and the mind rune have the spirit rune. The bonus shock from the spirit rune on existing shock damage. They have that built in. So it's probably one of those things. Sword Explosion? Yeah, what if you don't want to use the Sword Explosion? You could just not do it. Like, there's no reason to do Chums 4. So you could just not do it and not have to worry about it. You trying to use Livewire low armor melee buff with Spore Ward and Amber Reach. See, that's another reason Livewire is silly. Like, it punishes you for ever shooting the gun.
Pour one out for everyone.
And that's the opposite of how they've designed this game. They've designed this game in a way that they try to encourage you doing multiple things together. Like, even Spell Shot, the caster class. What's a way of getting stacks? Reloading. Which requires shooting your gun.
Thirst no more. They can't stop the flood.
But Livewire just goes ahead and says, yeah, don't shoot, or else. I don't think that's good design. I just Livewire to spread melee damage, contagion, stab a capstone. And it's far too good at all of those things.
The water will cool the lava, but it won't.
Melee in Borderlands will always be something silly before his face muncher, now Livewire. Yeah, I just want it to be like, at least in the game where they have an entire item slot for it now. Like, maybe we could just hit things in the face to make them die with melee damage? Like, please? Please? Doesn't have to be a gun doing it. It really doesn't. into that barrel. That was not intelligent of me.
I made a meaner stuff than that. Looks like magic's
I think they
back
truly
on the
care about
menu.
melee. They do on some level. They have to, because, you know, it's a mechanic in this game. And if you look at the blast chill changes, that one was specifically targeted at improving the identity of true melee. They changed blast chill, so it only triggers off of actual melee. Which I think was a good change. Now, are there a couple things that could stand to be addressed because of that? Yes. I don't think Dreadwind needs to be weak. So give Dreadwind its own sort of damage to get that back. Remember, Dreadwind having more of its damage in itself rather than blast chill is also more consistency. And consistency is important on a skill where you are extremely vulnerable, and the damage delivery is awkward. So once they address Dreadwind having just kind of ass damage now, it'll be a net improvement.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Hey, Kitten's Bomb, how you doing? Good to see you. Maybe rage punch spells that spell damage melee or something. I would not like that. Like, we already have enough ranged delivery methods of melee damage. We have the Ghost Blade. We have Executioner's Blade. We have Storm Dragon's Judgment. We have all of those things. Several melee weapons create ranged melee projectiles. The Banshee and the Metal Loot do that on hit. The Ragnarok and the Fatebreaker do it on swing. Like, we got it covered. I think we're good. I heard ass. Bonk. Hey, Felicia. Yeah, Chums was eating my ass. I think it's time for you to get territorial. Almost a tutorial. Can't speak.
Only sharper.
Not tutorial. That's bad in that context.
For freedom.
Territorial. Behave, chat.
You won't be needing that.
Create a melee stance animation for characters who want to run melee, namely like it hides your gun, run around your melee weapon in hand. That'd be nice. By Bonk, you were the one who said it. You're out here thinking about ass. I'm wholesome. I've never had a less than family friendly thought in my entire life. Ever. You can quote me on that.
Simple geometry.
Fish.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
Kak says ass, he means donkey, wholesome human. Yes. Rob understands me.
This will end you.
Range melee spells just feel like throwing a brick or something. The object or the person?
The arcane pain. Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
Look at Vesper and also think of family, it's true. I think a melee shooting gun would be as bad in this game. Oh, yeah, it'd be so much worse. It'd be so much worse. It'd be so much worse, Dex. Like, we have so much more access to damage formula in this game. And there's things like, you know, Alchemical Agent. A hypothetical gun that did that would also trigger Stabomancer's follow-up, which is fire rate and spell damage. Spellblade exists, so people would just equip a Spellblade. Yo, Ramen, how's it going? Good to see you. Where do families come from? Wholesale stork depots. Nice quote, Kyler.
Poor beast has gone mad.
Ow, chums. No. No doing damage. You're not a boss. Stop acting like it.
Suffer no more, old god. His free soon.
I'll take that. Ready? Hold out the oven. You were your word. Now holding back. Magic's dry.
Fought to the
I
last.
think the ancient deity should drop from chumps. I support this.
See me.
I actually got loot from him, Pog.
Good for what ails.
Volatile blank slate. I'm gaming. Cape of Tides. Without high thread count. It has area damage. If this had high thread count, I'd be pretty jazzed, but nope. Nope. Still take it, I guess. Meh. In case of Sharknado, throw gun. Accurate. This is a good universal soldier. Shame it's spore power instead of spell. Otherwise that'd be like real good for this. Take it anyway.
Fish.
Set up a Chillmonger. Want to know what the interaction between mage armor and unarmored defense is? It'll give 10% of your new max, which is 50%. So I really wouldn't take mage armor with unarmored defense.
Ready for adventure, are we?
But unarmored defense gets a lot of value with glass cannon because your health bar is bigger, so you have much more buffer there.
I'm feeling packed.
Gonna go farm Pandemasium. Thanks again for the gift sub. Have a good one. I'll take it easy, Buick. You have a good one. Good luck with the farm. Yeah, it's a good week to farm Pandemasium, chat, by the way. Parasite drops it, so just do the feature. Single shot spreadsheet's going well. Big progress. Nice. Love to hear it. That'll be a cool thing to show people. I don't need all my loot luck. Do I have a loot luck ward? I do. Time to work later, so I'll take it easy, Pragmatic. You have a good one. Pandemasium fuck. Pandemasium fuck.
I see compliments in your future.
Twitch disconnected during mentioning. Apologies, we too much to repeat that. Repeat what, Rohit? What was I saying when you disconnected?
Confidence really carries the whole ensemble.
I don't remember what I say from moment to moment, so. He knows that, Foster. He's referencing a thing. That's kind of trying. Unarmored mage armor. Right. So, unarmored defense changes your effective maximum to be that 50%. So, mage armor would give you 10% back of half of your shield. So, not very much. Through Novium Cosmetics. Oh yeah. Thank you. Forgot about those. Bradlock. My Universal Soldier has a loot luck roll, so like it's fine. I'd rather not die. And I'm also wearing a loot luck ward. Doesn't return his health. Hope that might be an interaction. No, it doesn't do that. Yo, imagine getting legendaries from the wheel. That'd be crazy, right? Hey, Evernoop, how you doing? Almost let some good fashion go to waste. Almost. Got Felicia to keep me on the straight and narrow, though. So, we're all good. Crisis averted.
I love new looks.
You can't go to war without a proper wardrobe.
I'm not gonna get a single legendary from this, am I? Don't get me wrong, I love the cosmetics. We're getting a lot, and I'm happy about that. It's better than getting nothing, but I'm not gonna get a single legendary from the 2 Chums runs we did. Sure about that interaction? Feel like I remember Mage Armor getting back the same 10% even with unarmored defense. Have done formal testing those, don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% certain. Thank you for testing. I could test that. I don't think I have that multi-class set up right now. But I'll amend the statement to that's how it most likely works, because unarmored defense absolutely does change your effective max to the reservation point. You can tell by putting on an amp ward. Amp wards still work with unarmored, as does brimming parts, all of that relevant stuff. So, logically speaking, mage armor would be included. But it's possible that because Spell Shot is broken, maybe it missed the memo. But based on how everything else works, that shouldn't be the case. However, it'd be hasty of me to say that's not possible. I don't believe it's the case, but it's possible. Wow, we got one. Is it anything we care about? It's a Tidebreaker. I kinda wanted one on this save eventually, so whatever. Look at that pile of legendaries. It's so rewarding, isn't it? Just like everybody said, this is just... It makes running the content so much more rewarding. Not having anything from bunnies, and then getting 1 Tidebreaker from 2 runs, it's so rewarding. Volatile Tidebreaker is good, I think. It doesn't have spell charges or cooldown parts. And I'm not using cryo guns right now, so... I think we tested Amp takes away the same percent when testing Amnesia with Unarmored Defense, which stands to reason Mage Armor still refills the same amount. Amp takes away the same percent when testing... Oh, so Amp still works, but it still takes away the percent of max. That sounds like something we did, yeah. So it's possible that some things slip through the cracks then. Yeah, there's precedent for it then. Things that drain percentages or add percentages. It's possible. It's gonna require testing. I should fucking do that, honestly. I could do that, but I just don't feel like it. Butter, you remember the same thing? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, then ward, drain, and restoration effects are an exception, which is yet another spell shot W. Unsurprising. Thank you everyone for testing. See, this is why having communities of people talking about these things and testing and fact checking, and why the Curse Testing channel in the Discord, !Discord, you should join it, is so good, because getting more eyes on it gets this precise information out. Love to see it. Thank all for testing. I kind of want to get Spore Fuse on this and then start using the Tidebreaker, but do I need Spore Fuse? Maybe I just do this anyway. If I get action skill start gun damage, then I'll use it. Spell cast gun damage, that's close. Fine. Fine, try it. What about both of these? I'm weird. Spore Fuse do ridiculous damage to the past? Yes, the damage of it was not changed. It is simply now a gun exclusive thing, instead of also triggering off of ability. Still does crazy damage. Just, it's a gun thing now.
Go on, Fate Maker.
Whoever gifted me the sun, thank you. I now have access to my favorite emote. Share? Should I make thank you for testing a BTTV emote? Honestly, yeah, probably.
Thanks for the reload, idiot. Wow.
Ow.
This is my favorite.
Need to remember to use, So this cryo one has Spore Fuse. I swore I had a second one that has, cryo with Spore Fuse in it. It has chains, but I guess not. But it doesn't have chains. This one is non-Ellie, which makes it lightning, and it has chains, but no Spore Fuse. But it should be more damage anyway, so whatever.
Still time to run the other way. Oh, don't look so surprised. Energy sucked. Good for what age.
Be a real Chad fight chums to capitize with a fire weapon. Sounds horrible. Kinda wanna do it. Ow. I really need to stop meleeing those. I've developed a really bad habit of doing that. It's not good for my character's health.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. Oi! Thanks for that!
Love how I get protect side objectives. Wait till we get escort side objectives. Oh, pain. Suffering. Sorry I haven't been able to get around to that arc I was working on. Someone passed in the family, been bummed, had to meet over it about trying to... Nothing to be sorry about, Rohith. I'm sorry to hear about your loss. I'm sorry you and your family are going through that. Yeah. And, no, you never have anything to apologize about. Escort missions are the worst. Which is why, like, it's such a notable achievement for some more recent games that they've kind of made entire games out of escort missions, but you're the one being escorted. So, like, the first The Last of Us is that. Like, you're the one being escorted. Bioshock Infinite is that. So it kind of works in that format. Can you imagine how annoyed those NPCs are at having to babysit you the whole time, Evernoob? Like, the amount of stupid stuff I do sometimes, I've definitely got the vibe that they're just annoyed with me. I don't have a command for that soccer chick, but like at some point I'll start actually organizing and creating videos for builds. I can go over the spec at the end of the run though. Which, by the way, free on Epic Games. Yeah. Entire Bioshock series. If you ever want to play it, which you should, it's free on Epic right now. Like, free forever. Just click the thing, and you get it. All the games. I'm pretty sure it's with all the DLC as well. So, like, yeah, do it. Do the thing. Leon! Help me, Leon! Leon! Help! Help me, Leon! Fucking iconic.
Can't sling spells no more. Unleash hell.
I know spell radius helps in empowering sigil. You know if area damage passive on armor helps that too? No, yeah. What Viper said. As far as we know, there's no splash radius increasing stat that we have access to. Just spell radius. The Circus of Value! Man, there's so many iconic sounds from gaming. Type would be so upset at me for running around, exploring every part of the map, opening every chest, killing every enemy. Yeah. Is it in your Discord? No, I've not shared any of my saves or made videos on any of my builds for Wonderlands. Game's changing too often. I haven't felt like any of it would have any longevity. And for the most part, I've been right. No, they're changing the damage formula, then rebalancing things quite frequently.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Changing formula? Yeah, they changed the gun damage formula week 2 of the game, Ramen.
Only sharper. Saved by a mushroom. The Conclave will never let me live this down.
Any of the Bioshocks on hard were a good challenge. I really enjoyed, we did an on-stream playthrough of 1999. And the other one for Burial at Sea. The higher one. I don't remember the name. Was it 2000? I don't fucking remember. This was, shit. Shit, this was a couple years ago now. Keep trying YouTube builds. Step 1, remove Buffmeister, toss off large cliff. Yeah, it seems like that'll have to be a common first step.
Go out of that by the skin of me rump. Spell slots are ready! Hold out the
Oh. Oh yeah, that's Magma Breach.
good stuff.
Bane, you tell Gearbox, Thunder, Anima, and Donkey need a chance. Everyone's already told them that. I'm sure they're aware. Love to see a mirror with new enemies with guns, so the ShamWai is more worthwhile. There's a couple of situations where ShamWai is like high value. Like if you're having trouble with the ads in either Nightmare or Bunny, Yellow Raid boss, then ShamWai actually does a lot of work. ShamWai and Trick Mirror are great, because those are enemies that actually shoot at you. If you're running a Deathless build, ShamWai has a lot of value.
Helpful. Now that's the good stuff. Simple geometry. Spells are spent.
Trick Mirror plus Frying Pan, no projectile damage. Does it actually work that way? Because Reflect has not been that straightforward. In a while. Never done 2000 mode. It's fun. It's fun. We'll say I tried to play all 3 in a row, and some of the changes in Infinite made me decide to circle back later. 1 feels very dated if you're comfortable in Infinite. I will say that much. 2 is very unique at how the combat plays. And I think that's a good thing. Like, my first playthrough of 2, I did mostly drill. Like, not an intentional challenge run, I just ended up enjoying that the most. So I mostly just didn't shoot. I think I still use the rivet gun on Big Daddies. But mostly I just swung the drill. 2 had a different developer, that would explain it. Go in the order of Infinite 1, 2, which is how I was exposed. Yeah, 1 is hard. Yeah. Is that pistol actually non-ele? Yeah, so if you have a non-elemental Fear Not, the lightning bolts are still lightning. But non-ele guns have higher base damage. So, if for the purposes of everything except for double knot, non-ele Fear Knots are better than lightning Fear Knots for lightning bolt chucking. The only time that changes is if you are also using double knot while you're lightning bolt chucking for your spell. And then formula-wise, having an elemental double knot's a little bit better in most situations and stuff. Be good to live in Civilization again. Getting civilized, Soccer Chick, I respect it. Moving tomorrow, I don't have a lot packed. Am I infringing upon you getting shit done again? How's Boniface Soul Chuck on this build? I've not used it for damage, but the main use of the Boniface's Soul is that the Chuck gives back wards. So it's really nice on deathless builds. If you need a quick ward restoration, you can just throw a couple out and then go back to what you're doing. And as they hit, they'll just restore it. So glad follow-up ended up not being actual melee power to your character. It's very conditional, so the power is transferable via paradigm. Yeah. Imagine having to be an adult, right? It's the worst. Ooh, volatile wizard's fight. I'll take that. Volatile fragment rain. I have primordial. I don't need to care about that. Take it easy, deep zombie. So yeah, that build's commands for BL3. Jedi Monkey. I would not expect the builds doc for Wonderlands anytime soon. Game changing too frequently, and the BL3 build stock did not even enter its well-known state until about 9 months into that game. But as for this build, I did change up my skill tree a little bit since last time. Currently I'm running 2 Wrath of Nature, 1 Headhunter. I give up the 3rd point of Wrath of Nature so that I can grab 1 slot 1 kill, which is 32% gun damage. That might not be optimal, but it's just something I was testing out. Since I'm now using other Chuck weapons instead of Torque Stickies as my backup. So Play the Angles doesn't trigger off of like anything I do anymore. I've been trying out not having Quiver of Holding so that I'm chucking away fewer bullets each chuck. It seems to be working out well. It gives me a little more sustain. 6 out of 3 magic bullets because of my armor. Looks a lot like the max damage spec. Yeah, I'm not doing Called Shot for obvious reasons. Yeah. And, like I said, 1 slot 1 kill over Wrath of Nature currently. But it's very similar. Saw him a bad shooting Dragon Lord statue in the room ended before the statue died. Damn. Code works very well with that head. Yeah, I figured I'd take advantage of the bald thing and just do that. Wish there was an EchoCast style app for Wonderlands so bad. Yeah. Is there any ammo regen? No, but ammo regen would be bad because it would interfere with my chucking. If you mean like ammo regain outside of that, also no. But just buy ammo words. From any character, Spore Warden has a 3-point skill. 1% ammo regen per point. And there's a ward, the Last Gasp, that while broken gives you 10%. That's the only ammo regen in the game. Mag size doesn't help TDR. Yeah, in this game mag size increases don't feed the formula for Furior. Just a choice. So I have this Wizard's Pipe. Could use this one. Let's try this out. Kick Tides. Right now, people are looking for builds info, using the Dex method and throwing Buffmeister off cliffs, at least till they add EchoCast, so I can start trying to emulate Quack builds.
You cut me off guard.
Ramen, I will ban you.
Finally, a bloody customer.
Ammo regen sigil spell? Yes, Viper. Based.
We'll see.
Going down.
Meh. certainly satisfying. Like, I love the sound. The damage isn't exactly impressive, though. And if I'm using a gun in From the Shadows and I'm still not impressed, that's a red flag. How many buff masters you've given the grinder today? None, because I don't touch that item. I'd have to pick it up to do that, and I'm not doing that. That burning enemy is still shooting fireballs. Yeah, maybe it doesn't account for resists beyond health bar type. You can see it making little balls that match the health bar type. Like while it was armored, it was corrosive balls. It's flesh, it's fire. Pretty neat. I don't know why I'm reloading so compulsively with this thing. I have a high mag one, so it's kind of free.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
So like Wizard's Pipe working out basically how I envisioned it, where it's simply good. It is not like top of its class by any means. Like, there's zero situations where I would rather have this over a Heck Waiter, except if the enemies fire me. Then I go to this. But the buff is definitely well targeted. A lot of cosmetics. Why so many? Mr. Troubleshooter. This is basically that. Cosmetics equals endgame. True. Like, I'd rather be using a Blazing Volley right now as well, because the homing projectiles and the higher damage. Imagine having to aim when Ruby Spite exists. Aiming? What's that? I'm gonna do a full run with this gun, and then we'll switch it up. Not all inspiring. It's just like fine. More shadow fires. Yes. Should perform a little better with Anarchy, but... I don't think the gun needs more or anything, it's just still kind of uninteresting to me. Which, it's worth noting, it's important that some items remain that way to promote a sense of progression in your itemization. Like, this is the kind of gun you get early to help you in your Chaos climb, and you replace as you get things more suited to your build. If you had an element besides the Shock. Shock is one of the soaked elements, so it's one of the best I could have. This thing in Fire would be a straight downgrade to the Volley, or the Heckwaiter. In Poison, it would be a downgrade to the White Rider. In Dark Magic, it has a use case. And in Cryo and Shock, it has Soak. So I think if you're gonna shoot a Dark Magic SMG, this is your play. This gun. Wizard's Pipe. Because Shadowfire and Thermal Hole are for chucking. Paladin Mushroom Healer. Wonder why Mushroom's named Mike. It's probably a play on, you know, things mycological, aka having to do with mushrooms. Spore Fuse only triggered on one of the pellets of the Great Bow? No, it's independently calculated chance on each of them. You can have multiple at once. Gun has an 8 ammo regen? No, I'm a Spore Warden. I have 3% from my skill tree. It just happens to have a pretty decent mag size, so, you know, 3% of 100 is, a lot. Like, I'm regenerating 3 bullets a second, and it only shoots 7 a second, unbuffed. So it's fairly sustainable. It's 3. 3% of 100 is 3, pretty sure. Yes. What if I told you it's not exactly 3? Think the math adds up. New to Borderlands theory of crafting, I see. Yeah, Ramen can attest to this. Some stuff he was theory crafting last night. 3 is not always 3% of 100 in this game. A lot of things round in this game. So they'll give you the rounded value, and if you're using a rounded value that scales off of another rounded value, it might not be exactly the number you think it is. For example, mag sizes, fire rates, status chances, you know, base damage values, these are all things that are rounded. So, is this mag size 55, or is it 54.7? Is this ammo regen 3%, or is it 2.6? Or some runs curse runs, I don't understand that bit. It's just a changing things up thing they do from time to time. They just let you start with a curse, which changes up the gameplay a bit, but it also increases your crystals. So, it's nice. That's a sound. I don't like that sound. What is that sound? What is that coming from? I don't like it. What is that? Static? Yeah, but it's super loud for me. I don't know if it is for you guys. That was no bueno. Yeah, I'm not using this gun again. That was nope, nope. We'll use the volley. We got this primordial volley. We'll use that. Everything will be fine. We won't have to deal with that ever again. Nice cock, partner. As in chicken. Show us your hole. I've been throwing my hole. I can only throw my hole so much. Need a break. Sound of the radiation visual glitch in BO3, it also shows with one-to-one authentication. Cool. I'm not using that gun. Question, does Lord of Edges +2 exist on Assassin armor? Is that heresy? You can get +1 to Lord of Edges on armor for a total of 2. Secret ability, blast your eardrums with multiple static charges to let you know it's still working. Ugh. Nope, not a bug. Yeah, there's no such thing as bugs. They don't exist. Streamers made them all up. You know how big Pandemicium's status chance is? That I don't know. I don't know that. The fact that Spell Spore can roll +1 spell weaving so good. Or +1 high thread count? Yeah. Which is +3 spell weaving. It's crazy good. Only thing that exists is nerfs. Currently have the damage dealt increased by 20% on my spell, ward, and gun. Does that mean I get 60? No, they don't stack. So, you were getting the effect of one of them. Multiple enchantments of the same type do not stack. Hey, we almost got a goated Ice Spike in Vendor again. It didn't roll 2 projectiles this time, like 2 additional, and it didn't get the spell damage part. But good Ice Spike. Oh, it is still Quag's Ice Spikes. Come through. On this character? Really? Fine, whatever. I don't even know if that works. On the Chuck. I guess thanks me for testing. That's a future me thing, though. It's not a right now me thing. You know what? If that logic holds up, then that means I should pull Spore Fuse on this, right? No. Okay. Ice Spikes Aquathers. Quick side note, Fragment Rain busted. Not busted. It was just already good, and now it's more gooderer. It was already
Enter
good.
if you dare. But seriously,
I'm way to steal Quag's wallet and car keys. I don't drive. And I don't even know where my wallet is, so good luck. I'm up for QuagCon. QuagCon these nuts. I'm also up for QuagCon. If you find my wallet, let me know. Yeah.
looks like magic's back on the menu.
Call second encounter just now with Fragment Rain. No, not bossing a mini boss room. Yep, it's always done that. It has always been capable of that, group. It's long-range ricochets that do more damage than the original impact and go through walls. Like, yeah, it does that. You can even just stand there and shoot a pineapple barrel and just hit the whole map. As long as the enemies are close enough, it just clears fast. Like, Fragment Rain, shoot that, it'll ricochet.
Cold of the grave.
Fun fact, level 40 Primordial Masterwork Handbow has 2,573.64160 card damage. For rounding. Where's it being held? Quag's front lawn. Are mean stares from the neighbors included in the fee? Yes, to both. The VIP pass, the VIP pass is so you can stare meanly back at them. You get the stares for free. You can't stare back without the pass. Yeah, volley is just comfortably better than Wizard's Pipe, which is, I feel, as it should be. Although, in complete fairness, this is Primordial versus Volatile, but I did self-nerf this gun by using the Plate Mail. It's Splash, the Plate Mail conversion does not get Splash. Great bow barely rounded at all. Ooh, that's nice. Feels like a Weaver Plasma Coil, Rip Malawon. What? Like, how would you know if it feels like a weaker Plasma Coil if the Plasma Coil isn't in this game and this gunfire is exactly the same, but is also homing? In a game where we have a better damage formula. Also, daily reminder that Plasma Coil, while overpowered, was also overshadowed by several other things. Both in the SMG category and not in the SMG category. For example, the Crit and the Kaisen were both capable of out DPSing the Plasma Coil within the SMG category, as was the Needle Gun. It wasn't this Destroyer of Worlds weapon that people make it out to be. It was overpowered, but that's because everything that came out at that point in BL3's life was overpowered. Sure about that? 100%. Make it my literal job to know these things. The situations in which the Plasma Coil is out DPS'd by the Crit and Kaisen are on flak gun builds, where you need to interrupt your shooting entirely to use your action skill. And that means that guns that already have enforced downtime have even lower DPS. Kaisen, being a sticky gun, explodes twice, meaning you get even more mileage and even more triggers of on-hit count things, such as Leave No Trace and Head Count, from having Two Fang give you another 2 hits, whereas Two Fang triggering on a Plasma Coil gives you another 1 hit. Additionally, the crit modifier plays very nicely with the fact that Flak has Megavore. And the Needle Gun was just bonkers batshit insane. No real complexity there, just dumb. The Plasma Coil, while good, goes in the category with the Light Show and Hellwalker of overhyped. You know the number of situations where Light Show and Hellwalker were best in slot?
Thanks for the one-up. Piercing cold.
SMGs are all solid. Let's add the Chaos back. The Chaos or the Kaisen? 2 different guns. Let's talk about firing mode and damage tiers in SMG for Blazing Volley versus how Plasma Coil fired in ranks in Borderlands. Blazing Volley tiered slightly lower as an SMG in this game, but Plasma Coil wasn't Borderlands. I think it's too much of a reach to be at all comparable, but I suppose I get your meaning. Like, that's kind of the thing that I think Gearbox wants us to not do. Just needlessly compare things across games like that. Like, it's a bit of a reach. Hey Cabell, how you doing? Hellwalker's best at shooting guitar riffs, but Earworm does that too. And Earworm can shoot guitar riffs faster. Hey Gio, how are you? Trying to make a good build for both Sporegrave and Clawgrave. Hadn't tried Hammer Zerker until today. My god, is it good? Yeah, Hammer Zerker's great. The damage formula on that multi-class is one of the better in the game.
Energy's empty.
And I got on. Here's the thing: when it comes to BL3, I no-lifed that shit. I made it my business to know more about that game than people should. Why fire SMG? Because I want to use this SMG. Why wouldn't I use this SMG? I'll walk Amara reload. Zane can shoot the Earworm faster with fire rate than Amara can shoot the Hellwalker. This new favorite SMG with the new buffs? Still the Heckwaiter. Still the Heckwaiter. Shadowfire is up there now for me though. kid and totally forgot about the weapon. Well, yeah, the thing with the earworm, Nadashmi, is that it's only dropped for a total of 9 days ever. 7 days in 2019 and 2 in 2021. If you didn't play those 9 days, you didn't miss anything. Yeah, it's a meme gun. It's not, like, good, but it's funny. Wait, what? We're referring to a gun in Borderlands 3 called the Earworm that has only ever dropped in 2 limited time events. One of them was 7 days long, one of them was 2 days long. Why though? Dunno. Parasite gets circumcised once he gets to the last health bar. Yeah, that's a way of putting it. Let's do a Heckwaiter run next. Show why the Heckwaiter is still my favorite. Still run plate mail? Yeah, why not? SMGs. I still want the Primordials. I wait to live vicariously through streamer about to be rewarded by bunnies. They have not treated me too kindly today, Remy. So here's hoping. Wasn't a good gun, so if you didn't go anywhere missing much. Yeah, and keep in mind that because the first time it dropped was in 2019, like, the only earworms that existed legitimately until the event came back were level 50, most of them not enchanted, or anointed, I should say. So, like, yeah, it wasn't a gun you could even really use for anything serious. And at the end of the day, it was a blue Dahlia that did nothing. Thanks, Remy. I appreciate you. Good looking out. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Now you just give me some of that cake back. That's all in my Quag's primordial hole. You guys, you want to look at my hole? What do you think about my hole? If you could describe my hole in one word, other than throwable, other than primordial, how would you describe my hole? Jake, what do you think about my hole? Big juicy. That's 2 words. Thanos, sizable, nice. Tight, Furior, that's a good one. Area, deep, gaping. Wop. Oh no, this is the Wop build. Dilated? Sure. That leaves me feeling appropriately slimy. We're gonna go with dilated. Cat. He's a good boy. Hey, doing well, Mozilla. How are you?
Protect your knees! Don't want to get stuck on guard duty.
Wonderlessy. Sir? No jumping to desk. I saw you flex your butt. Don't you do that. Desk is not for Jake. Good boy though. Her Jake appearance. Yeah, he's doing Jake things. Like trying to get on my desk. Fine, I'll take it. Came out twice, so I'll take that one. No, I just rolled off that one. Please give dupe protection. Oh, okay, you know, never mind. We got the enchant I wanted. Okay, so in the span of 2 minutes, we got a primordial throwable hole and then rolled the perfect enchantment on it. Just off work, ready for a long weekend? Yo, let's go. Where Kevin? Where is Kevin? I don't know where Kevin is right now. He's about somewhere. Kevin. I don't know what he's doing. He probably didn't hear me. Not Kevin, Kevna? Oh yeah, I don't know where Kevna is. So, I was gonna do Heck Waiter, but like, we got that hole. So now I want to throw my hole. Would you guys be okay if I threw my hole for a bit? Do I just use this cape? Guess I just keep using the cape anyway. Gotta widen it? Okay.
Choose, Fate Maker.
This gun consumed all construction conversation. Yeah, the hole has consumed a lot of things, Pris. Gape of Tides, oh no. How's your hole feeling? Expansive.
Well, settled, isn't it? Let's get casting and blasted.
Looks a little red, might want to get that checked out. That happens sometimes. Stream is a holy place. Definitely gotta use singularity stuff with this. Like maybe a good rebuking sigil. Got a primordial one last week and kept it around in case. So now it's time to crack it out. It's really good, Sean. It's also very fun. It's one of those items that has a very unique playstyle. Like, there's lots of little things you could do with it. Like, if you throw a new one into the edge of the max radius one, you can move it around. So like, the default is you throw one, and it does that. Throw a second one in to extend the duration, make it bigger, do more damage, and then you can start moving it around. It's enjoyable. Very general question. When do you consider a build good, and when it doesn't meet that, do you try hard to focus on the areas that have the biggest impact? Or in a more general sense, will good armor, amulet, rings help more overall? I can summate that more down if need be. So I pretty much consider a build good if A, I have fun doing it, and B, if it can clear whatever featured run is up in a comparable amount of time to a well-optimized gun build. So for me, that threshold is, for this week's featured, for example, if you can clear it in 9 minutes or less, I'd say pretty high end. 9 minutes doing like no elites, no curses, paying complete attention. So that's a very reasonable threshold to clear. This week's featured run is quite fast. This is probably one that you could sub 5 on like a maximum efficiency speedrunning build. So like 9 minutes or less for this one, but it kind of changes week to week. Basically, assuming I don't have any problems in mobbing, and assuming I don't have to do anything majorly different for bossing. Like, a lot of specs are gonna have to, you know, equip a bossing gun, for example, Torg stickies. But not all. And I give bonus points to the ones that don't have to. Like, this build is one that doesn't have to. Imagine getting dominated by Quags. Holy shit. At least it doesn't kill the Gluttony does. The Gluttony can't kill you by itself, unless you know, throw it at your feet. So I guess if you mean that, yeah. The worst the Gluttony will do, unless you hit yourself with the actual explosion, is it'll just put you to under half of your max. Which is good, because the Gluttony gets a damage bonus when you are under half your max. So it's just turning its own effect on. But yeah, with this, it's just throw twice and you're good. On a 4-charge Tidebreaker's a thing? Yeah, that makes sense. No real reason to do so. And keep in mind, extra charge parts, they come with cooldown penalties. So one of Tidebreaker's advantages is that it's got a reasonably short cooldown. The more charges you add, the longer that cooldown gets. So I don't really see a use case in practicality for anything above a 2-charge Tidebreaker. Even if you're doing something like Sever the Thread, you don't really have a reason to go above 2, because you cast your 2, and then you're trying to refresh Sever the Thread to get those 2 back, you know? And having those charge parts is causing you to miss out on having damage increasing parts. So, like, it's cool, but I don't think it's useful. Biggest problem is forgetting about auto-reload, running into it. I do that. I've died in, you know, playthroughs where I was treating them as a 1 life initially to that very thing. Right there with you. I don't have an attention span, as you've probably figured out by now. So I'll often forget and catch myself with an auto reload, that kind of gun. Sometimes it's even less complicated than that. Sometimes I'll just walk up to an explosive barrel and punch it for no real reason. I just have no self-control.
Piercing cold.
I forgot I have Magma Breach. That's problematic. Barrels get me all the time. Yeah. I'll have to run this one with no cursors or leads, see what I can do. I think I'll do well. I feel like I'm missing something. Probably my non-knowledge of how the interactions go, though. What kind of build are you working with? My standards do change a little bit depending on the type of build. Like, my threshold for what I consider a viable melee build is much more lenient because, you have things like travel time to deal with. You have things like access to enemies, like them flying out of your reach and such. Companion builds, you're waiting on AI, so I'm a little more lenient with time estimations there, that sort of thing. Depending on your choice of gun, that could affect your clear rate quite a bit. If you have one that's more suited to either mobbing or bossing and you don't have both covered, that affects the time quite a bit. PlayStation reload button and open chest are the same, so I routinely throw free arrow at my feet instead of opening chest. Oof. Started meleeing chest more to prevent the reload accidents. Yeah, I tend to ground slam them, so I can open multiple at once. Spellbearer, 2 spells. Spells are tiebreaker, and Sigil does the orbs. Sigil that does the orbs. I'm blanking there. Basically, ideas. Empowering Sigil. Freeze one. Freeze everything, use freeze, do bonus damage when I feel like my armor isn't good. Not sure what rings animals to look for. So if your goal is to do damage with guns, you want gun damage rings. Shark's Bane being the ideal for that. Sounds like Cape of Tides would be pretty good for you. If you wanted to have options other than Tidebreaker. But if you're cool with using Tidebreaker, then you've got pretty good armor flexibility. Just anything with good stats. And Tidebreaker itself is a good spell, so you don't need to like feel pressured not to use it or anything. Just anything with good stats. Amalgam would work. Diamond gauntlets, steel gauntlets. Hell, even a miasmatic metal could be interesting. Depending on what you're using. In terms of amulet, that's going to depend largely on what you feel you need. If you feel you're not tanky enough, then a Skeep is great. If you want better... better mobbing on a crossbolt compatible weapon, you could run a Barbalode. You got lots of choices. Is the whole area damage? I believe so. What melee weapon would help with a one-shot? Has to roll amp. What other melee weapons help? Thinking. I don't think much is gonna help there, Ramen. I guess Twin Soul, so you could grab Caustic if you want to lose your fucking mind and do a dot calc off the end. But yeah, Amp's the only thing that's gonna help that I can think of. Guns I'm using liquid cooling, Ruby Spite, a volatile Dahlia Cross MG, and a flex weapon. Barbalode is going to help Ruby Spite even more in mobbing. If you use anything that applies crossbolts, Barbalode is great. Otherwise, since you're using Ambihex, Theurge is not going to be of any use to you, so that's off the table. Skeep is just a great all-around survivability tool. You're not playing a class with class feat companions, so joint training does nothing for you. You could go Blaze of Glory if you wanted some more damage while you're down. The loss of duration would be countered by Relentless Rage if you're spec'd into that, so that's an option. Slip and stun is good movement speed if you want more of that. Universal Soldier is gun damage if you want more of that. By the way, Dex, if you're still here, that was 2 more Ruby Spite from the chest, so yeah. Okay, let's do a Heck Waiter run. Can't get to the same hill? Yeah, no, you can't. They have to be different. Nice suggestions, there's so much to consider. That's part of the replay value of this game for me. Having so many things to consider gets me doing so many different things. That's why I like it. This is a really good armor that sucks. This is, like, really good. Dark Hydras are ability damage. I'm pretty sure they're also area damage. That's, like, really good. I have no self-control. None. Does higher fire rate. That's the only difference. Sell that. So Reaper Bone's currently bugged with Dread Covenant. Could you expand on that more, Veneria? Like, in what way would it be bugged? I've heard people mention this, but I've not heard any specifics. Says it sucks, bias. Get rid of that crossbow generator? Why? It's a good gun. Why would I get rid of a gun that it's good at killing things? Especially when people don't know it's good at killing things, and I need it to show. Is it though? Gatlin version's good. The other one leaves my trigger finger dead. It also leaves enemies dead. And remember, higher hit count is more chances for play the angles. Barbalode also exists. So we're changing plans real quick. Changing plans real quick. Not correct. That's correct. Using crossbow gen now. Seems if you spec into Dread Covenant when Reaper Bones ends, the health drain persists till you enter back your life. Huh. Okay. This is the first time I've had that explained to me, so I'll keep an eye out, but yeah, that sounds problematic. My game is not running so hard right now. Yeah, so I heard you like crossbolts. So I used a crossbolt generator with corrupted plate mail and a Barbalode, and now you have to hear this sound. It's okay to hate me. I hate me too. Is there a Daddy drop for the generator? Loot Lemon would know. I don't Daddy farm anything, so unless I absolutely have to. Seeing Barbalode in action makes me want to run more Imeldas. Like, it's such a powerful item. It's very much in DLC power creep territory. Sound doesn't bother me. I'm very sensitive to certain kinds of sounds. Smash runs over rare? Yeah. Same here, I'll quit playing a game if there's a sound I can't get rid of. Caster. Oh, that's the source, yeah. That's probably why most people just bunny farm, excuse me. See the stats here, Barbaload? Sure. Poison damage, stab power, status damage, cooldown. Not even chaotic. So the element thing does nothing for me here. The stab power is basically just from the Shadow's duration. Status damage is cool for contagion stuff, I guess, but we're not doing much of that right now. And the cooldown rate is, like, fine. It's not a fantastic Barbaload by any means. The one I ended up using for a long time is this one that Felicia gave me, which is great, and I need to work into my Clawstalker build. But I had one before that was like Poison Berserker with just the loot luck. And it was terrible, but like still a Barbaload, so it still slaps. About all the Dark One? Yeah, the Dark One's good. I'm using this one because stab power. No matter Rocket Deathless build. So with the Deathless setup, you are going to find yourself in a situation where you're going to want alternative ways of getting your reward back. There's a few of those in the game. There's a Harbinger Amulet, which gives you back half over a period of 2 seconds after using an action skill. So that's going to push you towards action skills that you can use frequently. Additionally, the two classes that have direct skills that can help with the Deathless build are Spell Shot with Mage Armor, which gives you a way to restore wards simply by casting spells or reloading, and Clawbringer, which has a ward capacity skill. Now Berserker also has some claims to Deathless. HP becomes wards with Deathless, so the HP increase from Ancient Fury helps. You can do the same thing over on Graveborn with Ascension and what is it, Mortal Vessel. But the reason why I don't recommend those as highly for Deathless is because that's all they do for it. Like, Graveborn also has Lord of Edges, but that's ultimately extremely minor. Storm Surge with Consec Melee. I wish that item worked. So you're basically looking for ways to combat the fact that the entire mechanic of healing no longer works for you. Your choice of ward also matters a lot. Kinetic Friction and Static Charge are large capacity wards that each have an interaction with health. Static Charge lowers your max health, so it probably isn't ideal for Deathless. It does so in exchange for having the highest ward capacity, but if you go with Kinetic Friction, it has a decent capacity with also a hidden 100% bonus to your HP, so that should be really good Deathless fuel. There's also various other wards that do desirable things while they're full, or while they're not depleted, such as the Shamwai, the Trick Mirror. Using Cursed Wit. You can't use Cursed Wit with Deathless because Cursed Wit only gives you its bonus when it's empty. And if your ward is empty when you're in a Deathless build, you're dead. Like, you are either at 0 shields, 1 HP, or you are down. So, not Cursed Wit. Absolutely not Cursed Wit. Never Cursed Wit for Deathless. Cursed Wit is the opposite of what you want. So, Cursed Wit and Last Gasp are examples of wards you don't want to run. Cursed Wit, Last Gasp, Bad Egg, because you'll have next to no uptime in their effects. Happen to know what kind of damage Throwable Holes scales off of? Area and gun. Crossbow Jump's pretty good. Big dump of thoughts. Since Shark's Bane gives 75% conditional damage only land sharks, which are flesh, would switch into shock on shields not be strictly better? If so, would lethal catch, 100% increased effects, not beat Shark's Bane? Both cryo and lightning get the soak bonus. That's not a factor. What's the hypothetical target, Robin? Is it a real enemy that exists, or are we simulating one? Hey, Control. How you doing? Yeah, just in time. Full battery? Full battery is just not really a good ward in general. Like, the lightning bolt doesn't do any meaningful damage. It doesn't have a fantastic capacity. It's got a pretty mediocre recharge rate and delay. Like, nah, not full battery. Shields bonus health. Bronco Buster has 80 or like 90% something, but it's got a low capacity, so keep that in mind. Kinetic Friction is the one with 100% more health. Except any combination of enemies can be on the same map. A shield enemy be on the same map as a crab land shark. In coiled captors, yes. Yes. You could, in theory, save one of the side Pisces before Chums, and then kill it to have the effect up during the Chums fight. So yes, in theory. Or you could just, like, I suppose, because there's shielded coiled in that room as well, you could just use the coiled as the final target. So, yes. Deities I'm using on my Deathless. Ancient Deity? It's okay. Be coiled then. I think coiled have shock resist, Ramen. I don't know if all coiled have it, but I know a lot of them do. It might be all of them. I don't remember. It is technically possible. Once again, we're to venturing into that technically territory. To to have a Chaos Chamber run where you have crabs or sharks, and then you kill one, then the room concludes, and you exit the portal and go into your boss fight. Now, I don't know how much time that takes. So I don't know if you can... Like, 8 seconds for all that. I don't know if that's possible. That's probably gonna need to be timed. Especially considering if the calc is gonna need other setup. This is the kind of stuff we spent a lot of time doing in BO3 for anyone who's completely lost. We're simulating situations for maximum one-shot damage. We did a lot of that in BL3. And basically we're discussing... We like to use enemies that exist, so it's technically possible. So then we simulate things that are technically... You can replicate them. But for some interesting calculations, we had to make some concessions with things like having a theoretical enemy that's far enough away that you could do certain inputs, like switching weapons, dropping and picking up gear, having a teammate dot you, things like that. They don't understand about Ancient Deity. It says plus elemental resist minus physical resist. It means you take more from white damage numbers and you take less from the element of the shield. Don't have the deity yet. I wouldn't particularly recommend it. Ancient Deity is just kind of like, okay. Something to use until you get something else, really. Skeleton mages can have shields. Are there any tile sets where you get skeleton mages with crabs or sharks? Any enemy sets, I should say. No shooting through 2 Zane barriers while getting dotted by an Amar and crit swapping after healing by shooting a back burner. Right. None of that. Or theoretical eraser calculations where you eraser through one enemy and then hit another enemy in the crit spot. Like, things like that. Yeah, firmly in the category of not feasible. Okay, so as much as I want to keep going, and as much as I would on any other day, we do have the Wonder Fix in a little over 1 hour. So that'll be over in the official Wonderlands Discord, and I'll be the special guest on episode 1 of the Wonder Fix, which is a new podcast show talking about the hotfix for the week. So this will be a weekly thing, hosted by Perek, and it'll be have a bunch of guests and stuff every week, so it'd be cool stuff. So I hope to see you guys over there. I gotta like eat food and pee and stuff, so I'm a functional looking adult for that. So we're gonna end now. But I want to thank you guys for hanging out. I hope to see you over at the Wonder Fix, if you can make it. If not, that's okay too. It'll be on YouTube at some point. But thank you for all the love and support. Find somewhere I can raid you guys over to. Day of the week's tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. There is a small chance, I know I've been saying this for a few weeks, but I'm covering my bases. There is a small chance I play something that isn't Wonderlands tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe. See, Epic's playing Destiny, Birdman's on Destiny, Tizzle's looking for movie suggestions, Stacy's on Wonderlands, Tweety's on Tarkov, Lazy's on Wonderlands, Dame's playing Dishonored. Bad Karma's doing his charity marathon. He's playing all Borderlands games and Wonderlands, raising money for St. Jude. So let's go over there. Let's support that. I'd like to support that. So let's raid Bad Karma. And let's go ahead and put this for the raid message. Let's do Quack Hype for the kids. Quack Hype. If anyone is unaware, I'm sure you know, but St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital is one of the leading just like good causes on the planet in general. Literally fundraising money for sick children, and the families don't have to pay for the coverage. So it's just like good cause. So at the very least, hang out in Karma's stream. Keep him at the top of the directories for the games he's going to be doing. Get more exposure, more potential donations in. Help amplify. Tell your friends. If you have any sort of following, if you drop a host on him as well, that would help him out. But let's do that. But thank you guys so much. I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you in advance for supporting Bad Karma's charity stream. And I hope to see you at the Wondercast. Wonder Fix. Words, mouth, brain. I don't know, I'm flustered. I'm hungry. I gotta go. Bye.